show is for adults, by adults, using adult language, role playing adult situations, and possible controversial topics. No situations or topic reflects the views of the dungeon master or the players in real life. You have been warned. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Hey, Zarius.
Hello. Who's that?
I'm that terribly creepy villain you've been working on. I
Oh,
had some thoughts about some terribly overpowered abilities that I could use against your players as they fight wave after wave of my seemingly endless minion horde.
that sounds really fun, but I don't know where my notebook is right now for my dungeon
You
notes.
fool! You should be using World Anvil.
World Anvil? What's World Anvil?
World Anvil has everything you need to start creating and building
Really?
your world. You can upload maps, make character or villain profiles, timelines, update world lore, and much, much more.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna have to definitely sign up for. Why are you laughing like that?
It was the best. I love all, I still love it.
All
I've
right.
seen a bunch of them in person and stuff.
Howdy.
live.
Howdy, everybody. As we talk about magic while we wait to go live, how's everybody doing? We are back for, this show at least. So we have some D&D on the channel this week. Yay!
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 Hooray for role playing.
However, I probably will be trying to fill in the weekend for doing some world building. So at least there'll be hopefully something on the channel this weekend. Besides, let me get there. Let me get there. I talk about all of our night campaigns because they're all going to be gone this weekend. So, but then we do have a new campaign starting on Sunday morning, 8 o'clock.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, 8 o'clock, right?
9 a.m. Eastern
Okay,
time.
9.
It's 8 for all you Central Time
All right,
folks.
so 9 Eastern.
Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of battle brunch, magic mimosas.
Magic mimosas. I could use a magic mimosa. Okay, but anyways, thank you all again for being here. I love your faces. If you're not following the channel, please do. And without further ado, I pass it over to the mistress of ceremonies, our wonderful GM Kim.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Sorry for the later than usual, but always late start that we do.
My fault.
We are, of course, proudly sponsored by World Anvil, which has everything that you need to start creating and building your world. You can sign up for free and get started right away at worldanvil.com. You can also join their Discord at the links that we post over in chat. We're in the middle of Summer Camp 2020 right now, where they every week they're putting out a batch of 10 sort of prompts that they're all very fun, and they're good sources of inspiration to get your brain working on the world that you're building out. Where Aegon's making a lot more progress than I am, but I'm gonna catch up. Just as soon as I find the time and a cure for ADHD, I promise I'll catch up.
This is my cure for ADHD. It's the only thing that lets me focus it on something and get it done now. I have an objective to write to.
And then, of course, we extend our thanks to Roll20 for their generous support. They provide us with a pro account and core books, so we can give you some battle maps and things to look at when we get up to those shenanigans. We are always looking to chip away at sub goals. We just got done doing a dice giveaway recently. We're working towards the Wormwood Dice Tower and Tray still. That's like a lofty goal, but we'll get there eventually. So appreciate you guys getting in on that fun. And
Yes, it is a lofty goal. 100 subs. Once we hit that 100 sub mark, we'll be giving away a Wormwood Dice Tower and Dice Tray that fold together into a nice one travelable nice piece. So
Woo.
yeah, it's pretty sweet. They make really good stuff. It's super expensive though. Like I don't know. Anyway, that's more my own personal being a cheap ass than anything. So we are picking up where we left off, which was with the party having moved with all the speed they could muster back to Soga at great risk to their personal well-being to try to figure out what the hell's going on with all these people swimming in the well nonsense. They discovered that Soga has been overrun not just by people swimming in the well, but also by a massive poppy field that seems to be having strange magical effects on those within its borders. Exhaustion, massive tiredness, not getting good rest, all that kind of sleepiness. I'm subtle with my pop culture references, as you can tell. So they are in Tara and Newin's smith shop. Lucy tried to get some sleep. First attempt at a long rest didn't do squat for her, so she's still sitting at 2 levels of exhaustion and trying again, just like rolling back over and going to sleep, trying to get more rest. And Czar has gone into a bit of a meditative Zen moment, reaching out into the cosmos, hoping to get something back from his newfound deity connections, being a cleric and whatnot. So you sit down, you are praying away. Let's see. Yeah, you're praying away, you're reaching out, just kind of hoping for the best here. You haven't cast any sort of like commune or any of that to where you know for sure you're going to get a response. So you're just kind of like feeling out into the ether. You've seen Shelly and Lucy both do some of their meditating and praying before, and you're just kind of mimicking that and hoping for the best, like hallelujah, praise to the G, doing that whole spiel. And some time goes by with that, and okay, get on the right tab here. So some time goes by with that, and then nope, that's the wrong one. I swear, I promise I'm better at this than I think I am. So you reach out into your super meditative blah 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 and find that you're meditating away off in the corner, and suddenly there's a loud sort of a pop sound, and you open your eyes as a medium-sized construct dog plops onto your lap with a very heavy oomph.
In the shop or elsewhere?
Oh no, you're in the shop. It is on your lap. So it's the ones that you're used to seeing. It's a 2-headed construct dog. One side looks a little mean, one side looks a little friendly, and just sort of plopped right out square on your lap, and you kind of ow, kind of try to shove it off you a little bit because of how heavy. Because I mean, it's a full-size robot dog. It's heavy.
Is this one that I remember from the throne room type place where we had the fight? Okay.
And you see that in one of the 2 puppy mouths, there looks to be like a scroll case type of deal. It's just kind of
That's a good boy. And I try and take the scroll case.
so you get a little bit of a tug of war action because, of course, you do. It's
You're
a
gonna
dog.
give it to me, aren't you? Oh, that's a good boy. That's a good boy. Let me have it. And I'll give you scritches. I'll give you scritches. And I kind of like scritch the middle.
Yeah, you'll have to get something for that, like a little, like metal pick to like give.
Like a wire brush you use to clean grills or something.
Yeah. So you eventually manage to wiggle it loose / talk it down, and the dog coughs up the scroll case. You open it up. Inside is a bit of a letter type deal. It's written in the ancient celestial that you're kind of sort of trying to learn, but not super good with, and you have that moment of like, God damn it, why isn't Shelly here? But if you go ahead and make a history check at advantage, since you have been practicing, we'll see how much of this you manage to parse out.
I haven't had a long rest. Let me see how many bits of lucky I have left before. I have one lucky left. Okay. At advantage. Oh,
That's not bad.
I need to rejoin also. All right, so yeah, 18. I would never lucky an 18.
Excuse me. So you pull this out, and you have that shoot, and you start kind of working your way through it, trying to conjugate the verbs and all that kind of stuff, and you parse out the gist of the message is like, we hear you. We weren't sure if one of us would make it, so we sent one of my dogs. Hopefully they arrived as intended. And please be careful. I only have so many. Take good care of him, please. Like there's a whole bit of middle paragraph where it's just you getting a lecture from Ambriel about please don't destroy my dog. And then it continues on explaining that they observed Finnegan getting kidnapped in Umlaut and absconded away. He seems okay, but they are interrogating him in a manner of speaking. We've told the dog where to find him. He should be able to lead you.
So
And then,
okay, go ahead.
sorry. There's a bit in there about needing to, whether or not you think it would be a good idea for them to meet your new friends, as more of a question than a statement. And then a PS, he's a bit of a lapdog. Watch yourself.
So, I guess everybody else in the room would, one, see this construct dog just apparate out of thin air and fall on me. And as I'm reading the letter, there's just going to be a long, suffering sigh.
Well, I think they got the phone call. They got
Finnegan's been kidnapped.
Oh,
I swear to
wonderful.
God, if it's Becky.
Does it say who kidnapped him, or where, or how we can find him, or clues, or were they useful other than dropping a dog on us?
Well, the dog can find him,
Okay.
so that's good.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this word means interrogated. I think it may have a different meaning.
What word?
Interrogated. I'm like, I show you the celestial runes. And
Oh.
I'm just like, interrogate. I think, like, Not exactly the kind of assistance I was looking for. They said they can hear me, so please hear that I understand you and that we're currently here with cultists currently trying to drop a pillar in the nest of a demon general. But yes, it's always about Finnegan, so it's no surprise that it's about Finnegan. Um
That boy cannot stay out of trouble.
I mean, what do we do? Do we risk going after Finnegan and them finding a pillar and losing another one? Do we try and take care of the pillar first and then hope that Finnegan survives us? And again, I like waggle my finger over the word interrogation. Is interrogation? Oh,
I mean, do we even know they have a pillar here?
why else would they be here with the divining rod?
Because we were here for so long, it could have easily been reported that we were searching the lake for ages.
Yes, but they have the divining rod,
Right,
and they've been here longer than we were.
but if they have the divining rod, you'd think they would probably have picked up a signal by now, especially if they were close to the area.
Why do you think they're searching this area?
Because I think they haven't found anything yet. I think they are covering back and forth trying to scan this giant lake for a possibility of it being here. I think right now they believe it's here because of how much time we spent searching this lake.
And how do we know it's not here?
We don't. But how do we know it's not in the other city either that has that very well secured well as well as a guardian with it?
I agree. That also makes sense. At the same time, though, Finnegan wouldn't be in this position if he didn't do what he always did, and that is go off and do his own thing away from the rest of us and making our lives and jobs more difficult. So,
I know.
of my opinion, he can sit there and deal with their hospitality for a while we deal with this.
Well,
And then we can lord it over him about how we had to save the world without him once again because, he's a selfish little prick.
well, if we could find a way to get that rod away from them, that will at least buy us time to do whatever else we need to do.
Agreed.
Or if we can even somehow get a part of the rod away from them, we'll make it useless to them.
Well, it does come apart. I know that because when I stole the pieces of it, it was in pieces.
I am well aware. So it really comes down to how we do it.
Question. Out of character question. Does the does the metal dog respond well to pats?
Yes. So personality-wise, despite the two heads being slightly different personalities from each other, it for all intents and purposes, it is a dog. It's just a construct dog. So, pats and scritches and belly rubs and all that kind of stuff are going to go over just as well as they would with any other dog. You just have to keep in mind that there's two heads and they are not always of the same mind. Because I thought it's more fun that way.
All right. Well, while they're having their conversation, and everything, Isaac is just slowly getting next to the dog and kind of like sitting next to it. You know how when kids sit, like they lean against the dog and the dog leans back, kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. And it'll kind of
slowly
feel you out a little bit at first. Give you a couple of sniffs and kind of size you up to see if you're, because this is the first time that you've met. They've already met this particular dog once before, a couple times before.
A couple times.
One time didn't end so well for the dog.
Poor thing.
Yeah, you guys are so mean. So they're already familiar. So for you, it'll just take a few minutes of kind of like sniffing you out, kind of eyeing you up, like I don't know, is this guy legit? But eventually, it'll kind of warm up to you because you're with them and they're on the okay list for now. So you
Wanted
get
to
a
get
little bit
that
of
in there
shared-
right quick.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Did the letter include a name for the dog?
Rover.
Always surprised when we ask for the name.
I know. I don't know why I'm always surprised, but I'm always like, it's a construct dog. Why do you need to know the name of the construct? You can,
She hasn't expected this, but never
I,
all the
I
times
never,
before.
I never remember to expect this. So we will say Rover, and that will be more than sufficient.
I was actually going to suggest a name.
I'm open to suggestions.
Bolt.
Did you say Bolt?
Bolt.
Bolt.
Tawtalt.
Tolt.
Tolt.
Yes.
Sure, I like it.
Want to know the reason why?
Absolutely.
Taking out one of the T's is just a repositioning of the word Walt. Or name Walt.
Oh, okay. So, Isaac, Tolt here is very friendly. Just as long as, you don't upset him or, the powers that be. So don't do anything evil, because then he'll probably feast upon your flesh.
Yes, yeah. Yes, they tend to be a little aggressive towards evil.
And Tolt, I don't really mind so much, but my legs are going numb, boy. Kind of just like. And if you go in the back, there may be another. Oh no, they're not. She's not here. Never mind.
Nope. And Finnegan would like the tax records for the dog.
And the census data, like how many other dogs did he arrive with?
Yeah.
How many are on the way?
Was it properly quarantined before coming through customs? All the usual.
After those few minutes, would the dog actually allow him to ride atop him?
It's not quite big enough for that.
Okay.
It's only medium sized, so you'd have to be small in order to make that happen. Like Finnegan could technically get away with it if he was nice enough.
I will not let Finnegan ride.
No Robo Dog mount for Finnegan.
Celestial dog. It is not happening.
Just, it lines up.
Gonna
The
push him off.
druid on a celestial robot dog with two heads. Sure, that makes sense. I buy that.
He gets the bonking staff. I get the celestial robot dog. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
This is the trade-off. So eventually, I'll kind of like push Tolt off over onto Isaac. Right. We need to figure out how to get that divining rod then, and then go save Finnegan. He's going to owe us big for this. I'm just saying. And the next time he gets himself kidnapped, we just let them keep him.
So of the information we've gathered, is there a time when they're ever not diving?
Well, you haven't gathered a ton of info. You
Well,
watched
we know the
one...
old guy's been watching him, or at least
Oh,
kinda-
well. Yeah, and you saw a shift change. And if you manage to track down your contact, be able to give you a bit of an info dump on that. You would find him equally. Yeah, just as zonked out as Niwen and Terra are. He's alive, but very much zonked from the same mass exhaustion that everybody's struggling with. But you would at least be able to get something out of him, or steal his notebook and read through that, or that kind of a thing. Depending on how you wanted to go about that, you could also try to drag him out of town with you, play the hero and rescue him. But you would be able to get out of that enough information to know that they are doing 4-hour shifts around the clock. They are swapping fresh teams in every 4 hours. They go in as teams of 10. They don't always come back as teams of 10.
But their numbers stay steady, so they have like a endless supply of people to take the places of the people that disappear.
Not endless, but so far they haven't been sending smaller teams. That everything that you've gotten is that they consistently send teams of 10. Sometimes 8 come back, 6 come back, but they send 10 more. They send 10 more, and they just keep swapping in.
Unless these are just common cultists, we're gonna need help to take them on.
Well, Talt, you're a good boy. You're a good boy, Talt. You can find things, right?
The two heads kind of look at each other, and they have a bit of, and one of them nods yes, and one of them says no.
Of course.
Well, I'm just thinking because Gut could sense our connection to the Divine Six. And he's a creature on this plane. Talt was made by the Celestials. Talt, can you sense the divine energy used to create you near here?
Look at that, those big brains.
It's not a bad thought. It's not a bad thought. So there's a bit of kind of deliberation as it tries to think, like, what the hell am I being asked right now? And then both heads say no. Yeah.
Alright, so Talt can't help us find the pillar, but it can find Finnegan. I don't know. Let's see. Has Vanessa returned at this point?
Right around now would be Vanessa showing up at the edge of town, given the 8 hours of long rest that Lucy took, and then your meditation time, interacting with the dog, things like that. So right around now-ish is Vanessa riding up into town. You've been doing the best you could to make up time to get caught up with the group. That's you up here in the over here in the top right corner by the big statues. And I will need you to make a Constitution save as you come into the poppy field, since you've been doing the same kind of ride through the night, heavy duty stuff that everyone else has been doing. You make the save. Poor Lucy, the only one out of everyone who failed it, horses included.
Leading the horses.
Yeah. So you ride into this. You notice the poppy field, which seems a little strange, but it doesn't have any sort of effect on you. So you just sort of quasi-cautiously continue on your way. But you are now at least in town. But how specific did you guys get with the note? Did you you were planning to come to Niwen and Tara's place, or at least leave a name of? Otherwise, she's gonna have to kind of search the town for you a little bit here.
I mean, if we left a note for Vanessa,
That you're hauling ass in the direction of Vinewood, and then if you didn't find anything, you were gonna head to Soga.
I think.
How much more specific would you have realistically gotten?
I mean, I think that there's only one place we really would come to in Soga, where we know people and have allies. So that would be here. So I would probably say it would say something like, check out Niwen's blacksmith shop if you make it to Soga and don't find us, kind of thing. I mean, that would be my guess, because it would make sense if somebody's planning to follow you to tell them where to meet up.
Right. I wasn't sure if you had planned to come here that far in advance, or if it was something that you decided after you got here. That was the only concern. So if that's in the note, it takes Vanessa a little while. She has to kind of shake a few people to get them to point her in the right direction to find the shop, but eventually will make her way down there. Down around the corner, out to the shop. So you, sometime through this interaction with Tolt, I'll have to practice.
Tolt.
Vanessa will ding-a-ling the bell over the door and kind of pop her head into the shop.
Wow.
Good to see you, Vanessa.
Looks like you made it in one piece.
With enough time, yes.
Right, so, keep you updated. This is Tolt. He is a celestial dog made by angels, sent here as the answer to my prayers to find Finnegan, who's been kidnapped. But our other problem is that there are cultists here currently diving in the lake, looking to find and destroy something that will cause the problem with the dome to be that much worse.
He's also a very good doggy.
And Lucy has a drinking problem. That's why she's trying to sleep over there.
Yeah, the paladin, the temperate paladin is drunk in the corner.
I see.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if we count Lucy, and a celestial dog. Tolt, can you fight?
You get a emphatic yes from one, and a kind of yeah, if I have to, kind of a nod from the other. You can tell one of them is more of the let's go, and the other one's a bit more I just like to stay here and get my belly rubbed, please, thank you.
But they're evil people you'd be fighting.
They would be evil people, and afterwards we can make sure you get a good oiling. Does Tolt want an oil bath?
You know he does.
Yep. I'm sorry. I normally don't try and make my dungeon master roleplay construct animals, but
Hey,
it's a thing.
it's a thing.
Right. So 6 of us versus 10 of them. We could go with the original plan of intercepting one of the shift chains before they get there, quickly putting on their clothes, and when the other ones come out, ambush them for the divining rod.
Yep. And with any luck, these are not badass cultists, and they are more the people sent out to do menial tasks like this.
I can think of one other option, though I'm not sure how that would pan out. But, I mean, if all else failed, we could try this other option.
Oh,
Well, I mean, if we get ourselves killed doing this, who's going to go get that item for Becky?
I highly doubt she's gonna help, but at least you already owe her like a bunch of favors.
Oh no, it's just one favor, and I obligated the entire group to that, so it's not just me. But she has no love for the cultists, so you know, if all else fails, it is something we could try.
It is, but that might draw unwanted attention.
That's true too. I mean, I could
Surely
always
pokes.
I could always go talk to Callahan and be like, "Yeah, I am ready. Sign me up. I see your awesome power. I see what you've done with the place, and I want to be on the winning side. And I'll help you find the pillar. And then when we get there, destroy them all. I don't know.
I don't think that would work quite as well.
Well, I mean, you don't think Becky will work either? Which do you think would?
Well,
be
no,
the better
I didn't say
two
Becky
of
would.
all
I didn't say
spells?
Becky wouldn't work. I'm just saying would be bringing Becky here kind of set off flags of hey, there's another demon in town by our friendly demon general sir friend.
Oh, I think it would make him feel more comfortable not to be the only one.
Possibly, as long as he doesn't show up to hang out.
Yes, Isaac. Please don't
What?
rub your foot on me.
Sorry, but what's a Becky?
A Becky is a mysterious. I believe the term was that Shelley or Finnegan used was succubus, and she is totally in love with me, and completely obsessed with all of us, and pretty much everything she does revolves around us in some way or another. So she is a demon, but she's kind of a somewhat nice demon. He kind of makes like this confused face when he talks about Becky. And she wants us to do something for her. And apparently we're the only ones that can help her do it. So it might be possible to get some kind of help from her in return for us not dying to be able to help her. Because if we get the Divining Rod and we save the pillar, the cultists are going to be set back a lot, and we could just go straight on to deal with whatever it was Becky was wanting, and maybe the expedient movement from here back to the mountain that no one should ever go to or face horrible death would be in her interest.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the rod away from them in general would be a good idea. That would really slow down their search for being able to search for these pillars.
So, I mean, I could go out of town, and I don't know if Becky can be summoned, but I can try. I'm sure she's got eyes on us somehow, and speak with her, and maybe we can weigh our options.
I guess any firepower might help. We are heavily outnumbered with what we want to try and do right now. So,
Well, all I know is we can't leave here and go get Finnegan until that divining rod is out of their hands.
Yep. Or destroyed, whichever makes a better thing, you know. Either way, I'd be happy.
Same. Fine, I don't even know why I thought about it, and now that I'm thinking about it, I don't like the idea, but I'll go try and summon Becky.
What time is it, by the way?
At this point, it's realistically it's around dinner time,
Okay.
late supper time. We're
Probably
gonna
want
be looking at evening rolling into nighttime.
probably want to find a decent place to camp outside of town so we don't get affected by these annoying poppies.
Right, well, while you collect Lucy, I will ride ahead. I think if I'm able to get Becky's attention, she would most likely be more apt to show up if it's just one of us and not a whole group plus a phenomenally awesome celestial doggy, and I'll pat Tolt.
Yes, probably.
Right, well, I guess I'm off to it then.
All right. So I guess we're gonna start heading out of town and.
Yep,
You know,
Brother
I-
Bartholomew will come back.
I would try and get Naywin and I forget the other guy's name now again. I just drew a blank.
Newen and Terra.
Taryn to come with us to try and get out of this and at least recover.
With the doggy.
So, you could get them to come with you. You'd have to help them. So you'd basically have to like one shoulders another. Somebody's got to scoop up Lucy.
I guess we could all do that on the way out, and then once we find a camping spot, Czar can head off to attempt to reach
Yeah.
Becky.
So we'd ride a few miles out past the poppy fields and set up camp, and then I would go off by myself.
We'd make camp when he goes to contact a demon.
I have the best ideas.
We have the best of the worst ideas ever.
You- I every week I prepare.
That's the problem. You're
And
preparing.
then-
You're preparing. That's the problem.
And then I just pick it up and then I just like throw it over there. And
No. It's all still there. Just there's just some afterthought.
Yeah, it's like Darth Helmet says, preparing. You're always preparing. Just go.
Ludicrous speed, go!
okay, so you scoop up everybody that's on your team. You're dragging them out. It's a bit of like a fire rescue kind of deal. They're zonked out of it, so you're shouldering most of their weight as you
Okay.
get them out of town as best you can,
Well, we have horses, so you throw them over the back of our horse, to
and
help them
walk
get out of
alongside
town.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. But you at least got to get them to the horses. But
Yeah.
regardless, so you get yourselves out of the edge of the poppy field. Then, so if a few miles outside of town, just in a pseudo wilderness.
And, set up a camp as safe as we can. Check the area out, make sure everything's clear.
Can I get everybody to make stealth checks for how well you manage to sneak everybody out of town without getting spotted? Because the only people who are moving around readily are the cultists. So if you get spotted, they're going to be like, who the hell are you, and where the hell do you think you're going?
We know there's shift changes, so we try to do it avoiding their shift changes. So.
Well, yeah, but there's still probably people off duty.
Yeah.
Out,
Well, there's going to be other people out too, even though they're exhausted.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20 for me for a total of 27.
That's pretty solid.
Father Bartholomew is very convincing.
Mm.
He's just an
so-
old man huddled in his robe. He's very, very quiet.
You do your level best to keep track of the time and wait for a shift change so you don't get caught with the groups coming back and forth from the well and the barracks, as since they have to basically pass through the general area that you're in.
Yeah.
So you let that go, and then you slip out through Spectator Square and out of town into the wilderness, away from the road, where you're less likely to get spotted and all that kind of fun stuff. So that, as far as you can tell, that goes okay. There's no alarm bells going off. Nobody screaming, "Hey, you stop!" Halt in the name of the cult.
No muscly elves chasing after us.
Yeah, none of that.
The name of Colt.
It seems to be occurring, so you feel like you might have gotten out of there okay. Everybody's desperately in need of some sleep at this point, especially the people that you've got horse saddled. Set up a little mini camp and settle in. Czar, you're gonna go off and pray in a
I'm not gonna go pray to Becky.
slightly different manner than you did the first time around today.
I am going to
Invoke the other side.
kind of, because the only thing I can think of as a player that my character might think of would be to maybe kind of slice open my hand a little bit and use my blood on the side of a tree and make the symbol for demon, and then chant Becky's name.
Here, I thought you were just gonna go up to the side of the road and go, "Yo, Becky!"
Realistically, they have about an equal chance of succeeding. So,
Yeah.
make a religion check for that, as you're sort of like half-assing an attempt at a demon invoking ritual. You're just like, blood is probably a thing, and
I mean, Czar doesn't think he's half-assing it. He's like perfectly confident he can summon a demon like this. So
yeah.
All right, a religion roll. That's not bad. I am gonna use my last lucky just to see if I can get better, though. And no.
No. So you got a 16 on your religion roll for this Becky summoning attempt.
Becky. Me?
we talk about how poorly you guys roll, except for when it really doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
Well, apparently this doesn't matter very much. So you're facing this tree, blood smeared in the rough shape of a what are you going for, like an angelic rune?
Yeah, the
Representative of demon?
Yeah, the angelic rune that would represent demon.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got that right. And you're like calling out for Becky, and all of a sudden, very kind of whispery in your ear, you just hear a familiar voice say, "Oh, your penmanship is getting better."
Oh shit! I sort of like jump and don't do that.
Well, don't do that. What the hell is this?
I don't know. It's not like I learned how to summon whatever you are. I'm doing my best, okay? And apparently it worked.
Okay. I happen to be nearby. Don't think that you can just do a few scribbles on a tree anytime you get antsy and I'm going to come running. Like, I happen to be in town. You know what? That's not important. What the hell? What is this? Why?
Okay, first
All of the questions.
If you could give me a better way to get in contact with you, I would use it. but I doubt you're going to do that. So,
Are you supposed to be getting in contact with me? We're not on the same team last time I checked. I mean, I tried to get Shelly to switch sides, but they left. And I
well, we may not exactly be on the same side right now, but I've been thinking about it, and I've told you that, and you know, I'm not trying to kill you. I'm not trying to set a trap for you. So, I think I deserve a little bit of credit, Becky, considering our history.
the last time we had a serious conversation, you sent me into a cave full of Medusae.
I did not know they were Medusae. I thought they were basilisk, if that makes you feel any better.
It really doesn't. Stone is stone.
I told you that they were people being turned into stone in the first place, so I'm sure you were well prepared. You're very crafty.
Just didn't expect it to be quite so many. You made it sound like one, and there was a handful, and regardless.
Well, that's quite impressive, though, Becky, that you were able to handle that many Medusae by yourself.
I do what I can.
Right, so, we've got a bit of a problem here that may affect our agreement.
Are you planning to die for real this time?
Could happen, yes.
Why? Why are you dying today? I guess would be the best way to phrase that question. It seems to happen a lot with you.
Well, since you've been around and you know that the cultists have the divining rod and they're currently scouring for the pillar and everything, and there's really no way that my companions are going to let that keep going on. So if we go in there and fight them and try and do whatever and die, won't exactly be around to go help you get your thing out of Death Mountain.
There's a lot of exasperation and frustration.
Look, I know that you're frustrated, but imagine my position, okay? I'm the one probably getting ready to die. You get to be all demony and live forever or whatever. But, I'm the one that has to go do this other thing.
I am a demon.
Yes.
Right? We've established that pretty well at this point, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
And the cult that worships demons and is actively trying to free my queen.
Yes.
And you expect me to help you stop them?
Well, here's the thing, Becky. Part of our deal was you were going to give us information against this demon-worshipping cult, and therefore already helping us on that journey anyway, should we retrieve this item for you. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to think that if you want what you're sending us after, that maybe, you could help speed us along our way, and once we're done with these cultists and have the divining rod, we can head straight to the mountain and take care of your problem. You get what you want faster than you would have normally, plus you get it at all, considering we won't be dead. And, be honest with me, Becky. It's just you and me, right? I mean, are there any other demons lurking around listening? Can you tell?
We're fine.
Do you really want the demon hordes released, or do you like life like it is now, kind of? I mean, no demon generals lording over telling you what to do. You can do your own thing. You can, have a beach vacation, seduce you a few surfers, whatever you want to do. I mean, what do you want, Becky? Does anybody ever ask what you want?
I have my priorities. Thank you. Leaving my queen locked up is not one of them.
Well, that's fine and dandy. Right then. Well, I guess if that's the case, um, good luck finding other people chosen by the Divine Six to go get a mysterious and powerful object from a cave that demons can't go into. Um, sorry to bother you. Won't happen again. See you in the next life.
Should have brought out some tea and seduced her more.
Having tea with Becky is what started everything with Becky, okay?
That's
Not falling into that trap.
very true. Isaac wouldn't know that, but
Yeah.
It's a very interesting conversation when Zara comes back. Because
Yeah.
the first thing Isaac will probably ask is, well, did you even try to give her tea?
So you I don't she's just like I was going to give you Bardolphus because you wanted it, Bardolphus, and I didn't mind you getting your hands on him. That was all going to be fine. You were going to go in the mountain. You were going to do something for me. I was going to do something for you. This was all very, equitable. But I have other leverage. Things of interest, people of interest, I would assume.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about Finnegan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we already know. And just so you know, the Celestials sent us a construct that can find him. So
Just because you can find him doesn't mean you can get him back.
that's true. But then again, and she can insight check me all she wants on this. Do you really think I give two shits about that little fucker that's never around when it matters?
I know you care about his staff.
Yeah, well,
We're not being euphemistic.
see, that's the thing. I think that that's a chance I'm willing to take.
Because I can tell you right now, even if you succeed in getting your hands on that rod, you come up my mountain, that's going to be the trade. You want your staff, I want my staff. Can tell you right now.
I see.
The wielder is, I mean, if you don't want him, I don't necessarily need him. But we can hash that out when you get there. But I can tell you right now, that's going to be the amendment to our deal here.
I see. I see. All right. So here's what we'll do. You help us get this divining rod so that I can justify to the rest of our group that it's safe enough to leave without fear of a pillar falling. We head up the mountain, get your item, and then we trade staves after we get Finnegan back.
It's a lot of extra effort.
It is, but and I'm just gonna kind of stare at her. This kind of thing happens when you deal with, people. It's tricky, it's messy, complicated. But hey,
Why I
at least
don't like people.
yeah, well, I kind of feel the same way about demons. I mean, I kind of like you, Becky. I really want to like you, Becky. Don't get me wrong. I really do. You don't seem like, that bad of a person for being a demon. But maybe in other lives we could have been, friends or something. And perhaps we may. I'm kind of known for taking the path of least resistance. Just unfortunately, with heads exploding and death looming, and a demon general trying to cut me in half, the path of least resistance is currently not on your side. But it could get there.
Hmm. Your current path of least resistance seems a little ironic.
Yeah. Again, being mortal's messy.
Um, give me the night. I'll get back to you in the morning.
All right. Do you know where we'll be?
I always know where you'll be. And
Good to
she'll poof herself away.
All right. I'll make my way back to the group.
All right.
So everyone else is settling in for the evening,
Yep.
trying to get ready to bed down and try to get as much sleep as they can, knowing that they're going to have to contend with Poppyfield when they go back in. Have a chance to fill them in on as much of that or as little of that as you feel is appropriate.
So, first off, I should be commended on my ability to summon demons. It was a very complicated and complex ritual, but I managed to pull it off.
Uh-huh.
I spoke with Rebecca. And couple of things. First, she is die-hard, let Queen out of prison lady. But at the same time, she thinks she has a soft spot for me. So she told me to give her the night and see what she could do about the divining rod. Not that I'm going to trust it anyway if she just shows up with it. But we'd definitely still have to keep an eye out to make sure that, it's not a duplicate, or without Shelly here to identify it, it's going to be hard to deal with. But also found out she's the one that took Finnegan, or at least had someone take Finnegan.
Wonderful.
And she says even if we do get the divining rod, to get the staff Finnegan has back, the deal would be to trade her the divining rod for the staff.
Now did she actually say divining rod?
I was very specific that was the item we wanted, so that would be the deal. And as far as I know, if a demon makes a deal, they've got to keep up their end. So,
But when she's reading about when she said she wanted to trade back, though, did she specifically say for the divining rod? Did she say that with the words?
No, she said staff for staff.
Exactly.
Bizarre. I'm like, just look, Kinley. I am terrified that you're starting to think like me and proud like a father at the same time.
You gotta play the demon's game to beat the demons.
I'm actually kind of sad because some part of me wanted to believe that Becky was, just going through the motions, doing things because she had to. Maybe she wanted her own free will and stuff in life, but no, she's on Team Demon Queen.
I'm sure she just wants more power and trying for some way to play her hand in that when the Demon Queen is free.
Well,
Drink tea.
what was that, Isaac?
Did you drink tea with her?
Oh, gods no. Never drink tea with Becky. It never ends up well.
Really?
That's how
Yeah,
this all
why
started.
not?
Yeah, that's how everything started with Becky. Is she made everyone tea, and she succubi seduced, I guess, Shelley, and then Finnegan tried to charm her, and then Becky charmed me, and there was a battle. The rugs came to life and nearly killed Finnegan. She almost sucked out my soul. Tea with Becky is not recommended ever.
Do you know tea had that much power?
Well, it's
I mean,
probably
it
made
tastes
out
so
of
good.
demon root or something. I don't know. But so that's the deal, Kinley. We take care of the cultist problem, get the divining rod, or if she gets the divining rod for us, we go collect Finnegan, then meet her atop the mountain to make the trade and get her item.
All right.
Or if she doesn't come through, we go back and, you know, as I told her, probably die and not be able to ever retrieve her item. So I think she'll do her best.
Oh yeah. I mean, she's never getting what she wants if she can't get it from us. So.
Yeah. And there is another thing that I want to speak to you about, Kinley, privately, if you don't mind. Everyone
Sure.
else. And I'll take Kinley over to the side. So, in that letter that came with Talt.
Yeah.
Ambriel was asking if our new friends should be included the next time we pay a visit.
I don't know what their beliefs are yet, or if their beliefs can be
Well,
made
what
trusted.
were our beliefs before this? I'm just saying. But
True, but
yes, we don't know.
we don't know where
What
their
if
true loyalties lie.
Yeah, especially that sketchy Vanessa person. I mean, she never really says anything. She just sits around looking disgruntled all the time. Probably a cultist.
Yeah, could be. We never know. I mean, it's always the quiet ones.
It is indeed. All right. Well, so to be determined.
To be determined. Yes.
All right. Let's go get some sleep.
Yeah.
Hopefully, not wake up to Becky and Callahan standing over us like, "All right, y'all's fucked."
If we wake up to that, oh well. We tried.
We tried. I mean, what else can we do? I mean, at this point in time, not seeing a way out of this for any of us anyway, so why not now instead of later?
Yeah. We don't even have a plan to fight the freaking generals when the time comes that we have to, so.
That's true. Right then. So, I suppose we go get some rest and wake up tomorrow and see if we get to live another day.
Yep. Let's do that.
Sounds good.
All right.
Anyone else want to do anything before they go to sleep?
Out of character question.
Sure.
The dog itself,
Mhm.
can it understand Celestial?
Yes.
Can it speak back in Celestial?
No, it can't. It can understand. It can comprehend common celestial and ancient celestial, but it doesn't have a mechanism to speak. It's only like nods and gestures and things of that sort.
Well, Isaac tells the dog goodnight in Celestial.
You kind of curl up into it a bit. It's
Yeah.
a metal dog, so it's not exactly a comfy pillow, but you can at least kind of do a bit of.
His brother is a metal construct. He's used to hard things against him.
Yeah. But you can do that, no big deal. And everyone will go to sleep. You'll wake up the next morning. Lucy will have only one level of exhaustion left because she finally managed to get a good night's sleep.
How are the other two doing?
Niwen and Tara are looking a little bit better, but they're still a long way off from fully recovered. If they're very much inclined to be like, can we just stay here and take another nap? Because
Yeah,
damn, that was good.
you're welcome to. I tell you, the city is cursed, and if you go back, you're gonna get right back to what you were.
What Kinley said. Something else, by the way. Would appreciate you not telling anybody I'm alive.
Are you not supposed to be?
No. If you need to, you can always talk to Bella about it. But as far as the rest of the world knows, I've been bye-bye.
They're a little groggy, but there's definitely a look of like, I'm sorry, what?
And I'm just saying, if you happen to talk about me being alive, Bella's not going to be happy that you let that out there. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time to prevent any problems.
Huh.
So, we've got to go back in town. You two do not have to follow us. Though, if you did want to, you could maybe look into maybe a way of setting those poppy fields on fire while we're taking care of things in town. But, yeah. I've got to go pray now by myself while you all work things out, and I'll be back. And I'm just gonna like awkwardly walk away after that whole conversation.
Okay. Are you actually walking off to pray, or are you just using that as an excuse to get the hell out of there?
Well, I do have to pray for my spells for the day, so I will do that quickly and in Tsar style. Oh, glorious, one that hasn't been seen in centuries, I beseech thee for thy divine mercies, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then I'll head back to the Becky tree, which is now called the Becky Tree of Summoning, and see if Becky shows up for after she said give her the night. I gave her the night, and see if she shows up or anything.
Okay. Are you gonna re-perform the ritual, or are you just gonna wait around and hope that she shows back up?
I am going to go back to the tree, and I'm just going to go, Becky. 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 You're going to make me do it, aren't you, Becky? Becky. And I'll do that for a while, and if she doesn't show up, then I will redo the ritual.
Okay. So yeah, she makes you wait.
Of course she does.
Of course she does. And you go through the ritual, and you do it again, and you cut your hand, and blood on the tree, and some time goes by again. And then finally she does show back up and gives you I don't know if that's very healthy for the tree. I don't think you should keep doing that. That's probably not a good idea.
What do you care? You're a demon.
I could be a nature lover as too. They're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to kill the tree just because, you know.
Well, you didn't have any problem with him killing the biggest tree in the world.
An unfortunate casualty of war. You
So,
should see what happens when they get the next one.
all right. So, about that.
Yeah. So I went and had a chat. They're not very keen on the idea, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Wait, you actually went and chatted with the cultists about giving up the divine right. Can't you just go in there and just, like, slay them all and make them grovel in your demonic glory?
Yes, but that's how you run out of cultists.
You could always make more.
I'm not making more. We're in a dome. There's only so many people we can recruit for this stuff. Have you seen the whole 10 go in, not 10 come back out thing? We're already chewing through these guys. We're going to run out of them eventually.
Well, yeah, but when you do, you can just go flirt with somebody and get them to do it for you.
Very presumptuous.
You're a succubus. It's what you do.
I never said I was a succubus.
I thought Shelley or Finnegan said she was a succubus.
That was an assumption that they made.
Well, then I assume that she's a succubus.
Well, I know, and she's saying, like, I never told you I was a succubus.
No. But the bill fits.
I'm
Steve
friendly.
seems-
There's
Right.
nothing wrong with being friendly.
Friendly neighborhood demon, yes, yes. And, anyways,
Obviously, the biggest issue that you've got is Calalan. He's not keen on this idea either. I've tried to tell him it's important. He's all. His idea was arm wrestle for the divining rod. I told him you probably weren't going to go for that on account of the fact that he would rip you in two.
I mean,
Which-
if he forsook all of his demonic abilities and powers and did it as a mortal man, I would be more than happy to arm wrestle him for it. But, you know.
Have you seen how big he is?
Yeah, but I can get big too. Plump. I get big.
You would probably need to get bigger.
I've heard that before in my life.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I hate you so much sometimes. But needless to say, we've opted against that particular idea. Now, had you been smart, you would have gone ahead and swam to the bottom of the lake and hoped that the number that came back out was small and jumped them and stolen it while you were on the bottom of the well. But you didn't think of that yourselves. Too late now.
Oh no, we did. We did. But you know, like I said, didn't exactly plan on, you know, wanting to die and all, and made the mistake of, you know, thinking you were a better demon than you actually are.
I'm a great demon. What? You wound me, sir.
I just sort of like hold my hand up and do the kind of thing. Now Callahan, that's a great demon, but you know.
Excuse you?
I mean, what can I say? You just didn't come through for me, Becky. I can't be impressed.
So,
Out that verbal tea now.
you
Yes, I understand as a player I am taunting a demon. I do understand this, just so you know.
I know, but you don't know. And I am
She's the demon general of lust. That's who she really is.
She's either gonna kill me or make me piss myself, one or the other.
so sorry, it's gonna take me a second because I didn't have this. I didn't. Again, I didn't anticipate you.
all good.
Again. Dear God, why do you keep doing this?
Because it's the natural state of the player to,
Just
destroy the world.
yeah, basically.
Well, that we never run any weak demons we can intimidate. For some reason, the weak demon Kevin escaped.
Yeah, it's me. I apologize for the dead air here as I try to make this. Screw it. We'll just do it this other way.
That is an awesome looking mechanical dog, by the way.
Isn't that cool?
It is.
It's surprisingly difficult to find pre-existing art of a two-headed construct dog because it's very specific.
Yeah.
But I thought that was a pretty cool one.
And it's appropriate he's standing on me, too.
Yeah. So, because you
Poke the
very, very, very explicitly, it's a little stretched. You very explicitly insulted this particular demon. Becky steps back, and the demon form that you had been accustomed to seeing falls away, and you see standing in front of you this person.
Oh, God!
And she looks extremely pissed. And you get a, excuse me, I am 10 times the demon that Oaf could ever dream of being, and I do not appreciate you. And like you can tell that you struck a nerve in the ego department.
Okay.
And
Demon of pride.
I need to see what I'm going to do with this. Okay.
The demon of pride, a demon of
Whatever
lust,
you
a
do,
demon of
don't
envy.
call her Karen.
No, I'm not calling her Karen. We've yet to meet Karen, so that day I'm sure will come.
yeah,
Well, she's a demon of pride, then she is Karen.
Yeah, but the Demon Queen's her manager, so this is, I don't want to handle. So I take it. Wow, Becky. I had no idea you were so magnificent.
damn right. Put some respect on my name. Like,
yes.
She is livid. Like, as much as you guys have had sort of playful banter and a bit of
I've pissed her
witty
off.
repartee, you have officially pissed her off.
Right. So, look, I didn't mean to insult you. I mean, I honestly, I kind of did. But, you know,
Was not expecting to have to.
and I'm just kind of staring at her, and I'm going to say, why in the world would you listen to Callahan if this is who you really are?
obviously, it's just, I'm very, very disappointed. Very disappointed in Yuzar.
I'm disappointed too, Becky. I'm not in an easy position, and you should be able to understand that.
I was trying so hard to just quietly stay out of everything, just sort of, you know, move things in the direction they needed to move in, manage this whole cult deal business nonsense that they've got going on. Just
That's a lot to deal with, and
I know, and I was doing such a good job in the background, quietly staying out of everything and letting Cowland set up his lair here and cut people in two with this stupid axe and all that. Not, but no, you gotta go making trouble for me all the time, all the time.
I'm
Becky
not-
this, Becky that, Becky killed the Medusa, Becky come save
Oh,
us, Becky
oh,
come kill us.
okay,
What
to be fair, Becky, you remade contact with us, so it's not all my fault. I'm trying. What am I supposed to think? I am 21 years old. You're what? I mean, you don't look a day over 1,000, but it's this is a lot to deal with.
hoping flattery is gonna bail you out of that.
Well, yeah. you, you know, I'm in a gray area here.
So am I. It's quite the predicament.
I would rather work with you than against you, and here's the thing: that you're gonna get the divining rod back because we need the staff. I mean, and obviously Callahan knows who you are already, and if he doesn't, well, he's just stupid.
He's not that stupid. He's
I mean, I could tell. All muscles, no brain. And I'm trying my best here. I mean, work with me, Becky, for a common goal. And, see where that leads us. Because to tell you, I'm not entirely sure I want to join your side because, I might spend eternity getting chopped in half by some, over-muscled elf. Or, and I thought he was the one in charge. I had no idea that it was Becky all along.
That was kind of the idea,
Well,
but you just couldn't hold your tongue.
I mean,
we
obviously, I'm
were-
not going to tell anyone.
Having so much fun with each other, and then you had to get mean about it, and I really don't appreciate the way that I've been treated this morning.
I apologize, Becky. It was not appropriate of me to insult your strength and wisdom.
I should make you go and arm wrestle him now. That's what I should do.
Please don't. I mean, there wouldn't be much left of me, and then you couldn't have your fun with me anymore. And the rest of them, well, if I get splatted, they're not going to go off and run and get your thing. The only reason they want to do it to begin with is because I'm telling them we need to.
Can't make that new guy do it either. He's not up for the task. And she kind of does a bit of a haha.
It's just, at the end of the day, we've got to go back in that town after that rod if you can't get it for us. If that means that we die and you don't get your thing, so be it. But one way or another, we have to try.
I made arrangements. We were. This is It's very, very frustrating.
Why did you lead with that?
Because I was having fun. We were gonna arm wrestle Cal, and it was a big joke. There was no way you could ever win. Ha 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 ha. And then you had to go and be just mean about it, and
I said I'm sorry.
and now you know, and I don't know if I'm okay with you knowing what you know, and I have to decide. I mean, yes, I need someone to go in the stupid mountain. Don't. It doesn't have to be you. I just thought you'd be able to get the job done because you seem like capable people, despite your allegiances. Ugh.
I mean, we are pretty capable, and you know, like I said, don't have to tell anyone about who you really are. I'm good at keeping secrets. So how about we make a deal? Another one.
You still haven't.
We're working on it. We're working. Why else would I come to you? You know, if it wasn't still working on it.
It,
And I know that you'll keep up your end of the bargain.
there's a lot of debt accumulating here, and I don't see a lot of that debt getting repaid. That's all.
As I said, as soon as we have the divining rod and get Finnegan, we'll head straight to the mountain.
To take a page out of my cousin's textbook, there's got to be some reciprocity on these things. I can't just be giving and giving and giving and not taking.
Then what do you want? Other than, of course, me, being quiet. Is there something you want us to do to show up Callahan in some way? You want us to go take some magic demon elixir that's going to turn him into a newt for a day or something? I mean, well, you've got to admit you would probably enjoy that, just standing over him and lording over the fact he's just this small little creature and how awesome and magnificent you are.
What can I ask you to do? What can I ask you to do? There is a book that I'm looking for.
Okay, what kind of book?
It's a very particular book. You would know it when you saw it. It's
Okay.
particularly up my alley. I would
So-
like to have it back, but I haven't been able to find it.
I see. And so you want me to go find this book so that you can get us the rod, and so that I won't talk about who you are, so that we can go to the mountain and trade that rod for the other rod, go get your item, and then come back out and all debts are squared. Is that right? Or do you just want me to keep a lookout for the book, and if I find it, let you know?
It's kind of working the math on this. I'll give you the rod. You come to the mountain. You go get into the mountain, do what needs to be done in the mountain. When you come out of the mountain, I get what I need out of the mountain. You get Finnegan and the staff. I get the divining rod. And then if you learn the location of my book, you tell me, or I kill you.
Sounds fair. Zar thinks it over for a minute. All right. That definitely sounds fair.
That will square.
One other thing. you have to accept my apology. He'll kind of quirk his mouth upwards and kind of like a little bit of a grin.
Fine. I will accept your apology. I will give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't know who it was to which you were insulting.
I mean, how could I? You're so good at what you do. I had not the faintest of clues.
Oh, technically, we still have no idea who she is.
I,
There's been no proper introductions.
Nope.
Speaking of, and I mean, technically, I don't know who you are. I've got an idea what you are, but I don't know who you are. Is Becky your real name?
I mean, as Cowlan is Cowlan, I like to be Becky.
I mean, if you would like me to address you to the station at which you are accustomed, I would be more than happy to.
I don't think that would be very subtle. We are attempting to keep this between us.
Well, yeah, but I'm not exactly bringing groups of people to meet with you now, am I?
I just don't want any slips of the tongue.
Understandable. All right, well, so these arrangements you made, what are these arrangements?
Basically, you're going to walk yourselves into town, and they're going to hand it to you. And they're probably going to give you some very dirty looks.
Can I kill any of them?
If you do, they're probably not going to take that very well.
Oh.
If you wanted to do this on your own, that would have been fair game, but they're going to hand it to you.
All right.
I mean, you told me you were worried about dying, and now you're worried about killing everybody. You can't have it both ways.
All right, so you want us to go straight to the mountain after this? Because we kind of need to get Finnegan back, but if you're going to have Finnegan at the mountain, I guess that's the same thing, right?
It's the same thing, yeah.
All right. Well, your exuberant awesomeness, I shall, see that it's done.
And she changes back into normal Becky. Well, normal demon Becky.
I think the other you is much more you.
I agree,
Traveling-
but subtlety is the name of the game.
Oh, I understand. I've been running around as Brother Bartholomew. It's not quite like, it's just not the same as being in your own skin, is it?
Soon enough.
May that day never come. No offense. But, I'll be seeing you soon. Make my way away and fuck me. Listen, out of character, you guys, whenever Zara has an idea, just say no. Just like no.
Because, yeah.
Now he's the one that's done pissed off a demon general. So,
Which I really didn't expect you to do quite so blatantly again.
I thought I was dealing with a succubus.
I know,
Zara
but
thought he
you
was dealing
weren't.
with a succubus. It just goes to show we were right all along. Becky's behind it all.
Yeah. He was very, very quietly manipulating things from the background, making sure that things got found that were supposed to be found, and progress was made where progress needed to be made. But no.
Now we need to figure out which general she is.
That's why I was laughing my ass off every time you were like, "It's a Becky." I was like, "It is," but I'm not gonna tell you that.
Our first real big assumption about the campaign was correct.
Right.
I feel justified. And all the times, Kim, all the times you're like, but Becky, she just
She's-
wants to hang out.
Yeah,
you know,
she's
why you
been
blame
nice to you
her?
guys. She hasn't killed anybody. I mean, Finnegan almost, but not. He didn't
I
want
mean, be fair, he deserved it, but
He
anyways.
shouldn't have tried to charm her. That wasn't appreciated. Um.
Make our
So
way back
anyway,
to the group. Yeah.
back to the group. Becky is no longer in super demon form. Back to normal, sort of tieflingy appearance, and
I am gonna just go back to the group, and I'm gonna get there and throw up.
it's probably a good idea.
Bad lunch.
Demons have the worst breath.
Okay. Yeah.
That's your cover story. God damn it.
Right. So we just walk into town, take the rod and leave, and go directly to the mountain where we will find Finnegan, Becky, their staff, and go in and take care of the things she wants. And I'm going to look at Kinley when I say this. There's a particular book that she wants that should I find out where it is, to tell her about it, and otherwise she'll kill us all, or kill me. I'm not sure, but I think if she's going to kill me, she's just going to kill everybody, because demon.
How did it come to that?
Well, there's a price for her getting the rod for us.
Ugh, wonderful. What book does she want?
She said that we would know it if we saw it,
Wonderful. Wait,
and that it's extremely well hidden in a place where she can't find it. I'm like trying to give the hints to Kinley here.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, I don't know how she expects us to find it or hear about it, but,
Well,
apparently she needs this book, whatever it is.
Yeah, let's, sorry, we couldn't find it.
But, yeah, so we go into town, get the staff, and head straight to Mount Death.
Of course, you check up on on Naywin and them on the way out, see how they're doing. And...
Well, right there, Kinley.
Right, but we left them at the campsite, so...
We're still at the campsite.
So we were going in to get the rod, so we get the rod, we come... We don't know how long this transaction is going to take, and what an annoying people that these cultists are going to be during this exchange.
Well, I did ask Becky if I could kill any of them. She said they wouldn't be happy if I did, but she didn't say no.
I just wanted on record that a concern was raised about a lack of combat in this campaign, and I was like, cool, no problem, combat. And then you guys were like, I'm just gonna ask Becky.
Well, it's because they're doing combat, and then we see 4 of us and 30 of them. It's like, unless they're all a bunch of peons that we can take out in one hit.
Dog.
Still, unless they're a bunch of peons that we can all take out in a couple of hits, it's a.
It's all right. Let's see how many of the cultists show up to give us the staff, and I'm sure even Callahan would approve of some unneeded slaughter. So I guess that's it, and I'm gonna kind of look over toward Vanessa, and I'm just gonna say, you don't say anything very often.
Yeah.
I normally don't prefer to talk.
mean-
Okay. I mean, it's a little disconcerting
Yeah.
that you're just always kind of listening, but sure.
Kind of creeps me out, you know.
Well, we all have a secret inside that we don't like to share.
Well, no one said share secrets, just talk.
I mean, do you like the weather? Do you like to, party it up? Do you, I don't know. As I'm kind of like getting on my horse and everything. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, we know some about Isaac and his brother, but we don't know absolutely anything about you yet. As you can tell, we're pretty open about discussing ourselves and what's going on and whatnot.
Yeah, and maybe I prefer it that way.
Oh God. If I didn't know that you weren't Becky, I would think you were Becky because you're starting to remind me a lot of her. All right.
There's not really much about me that's all grand and opening notey worthy. Hunting, murdering animals, the same old thing that most hunters do. But like I said, we all have a little secret inside that we like to keep from others.
Did you know that we slaughtered an entire cave full of Medusae without raising one finger ourselves?
I mean, you can probably scream at the top of your lungs and make the cave collapse and it would have killed them. Yes, that could be a thing without raising your finger.
Oh no. We took no action against the Medusae ourselves anyway, and they all ended up dead. That's how we roll.
So mind implosion. Got it. Okay. Good to know.
Yes. I have yet to show you my psionic abilities. Live in fear. I'm just gonna turn my horse and start making my way towards Soga.
Oh boy. Well, make sure those two are comfortable in camp so they can get more sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sure they have a bunch of exhaustion to sleep off.
So
And follow.
everybody makes their way down. Lucy's still a little exhausted, but is at least somewhat back on the mend enough to tag along for now. And you guys are going to make your way into town, head lakeside for what would normally be a shift change that is now going to be a handoff negotiated by Becky, because I don't even know why at this point. I mean, if she had her tome, she would have erased you like Calalan, but no, doesn't have her tome yet. She's still looking for it. So
And she not gonna get it.
she's gonna do her damnedest to get it. She wants that book real bad. So
Yeah.
you don't even want to know. Anyway, you make your way lakeside as the shift change rolls around. Instead of the 10 and question mark out of the well, there is no one but the stand that the air bubble things that Shelly was using.
Mhm.
And sorry. Let's move this over so you can see yourselves. There you go. So this is Wellside. This is essentially that little jutty bit of the well here
I
in
think.
this little
Okay.
bit down here. So you are Wellside. There's everybody, and you see the little shack that Shelly and Finnegan got. Finnegan didn't need one because he was turned into a fish, but Shelly was
Mhm.
using to extend the amount of time that they could be underwater for.
Mhm.
and you can see that it doesn't appear to be manned. Like it's one of those like counter deals where there's a bunch of the magic breathing apparatus or like hanging on hooks on the wall kind of a thing, but there doesn't seem to be anybody at the counter.
Okay.
And then a few minutes go by. You're waiting for they're like, they should be coming out of the water here, sure. And eventually, a trio comes out of the water.
Oh, hey there.
So, with the Queen's pardon in hand, just the three of them come out of the water here, looking like they've just got their shit rocked by something. And they're exhausted, very like breathing heavy, and the sort of minion-y looking one in the back is like hands on their knees, breathing heavy, just like, oh sweet Jesus, what the hell was that? They're in that kind of a post-fight sort of aftershock kind of thing. But the three of them are there, and they're on the edge of the water trying to like pull their shit back together. And you guys see them. You can walk up. Hey, we're the people. Give us the thing, and do that whole spiel, or how you want to do it.
Freeze their feet in place.
Can you freeze their feet in place? I
Yes.
would be a little bit of insult to injury, but they are soaked, so you could freeze the water that's soaked into their clothes and their boots and things like that. I don't know if that would necessarily freeze them to the ground, but you could at least like turn their shirts rock hard and stuff like that if you wanted to.
I was assuming that it would freeze them to the ground since the ground is also absorbing the water from their feet. So they just came out of a lake. That's why I was.
Yeah, they're pretty drenched. Yeah, you're not 100% sure how well it's going to hold them in place, but you can at least like freeze their boots in any water that's sort of running off them and hope for the best on how well you kind of stick them to the ground.
Yeah. While Isaac is debating that, I'm gonna start approaching them in my brother Bartholomew guys. Oh, looks like you boys have been for a swim.
And they're looking at you just like, yeah, we have.
I thought more of you went down there. Are they okay? Should we alert the lifeguards?
Don't need any sarcasm from you. Just take it and go. And they kind of chuck the staff at you.
Oh, a present. Oh, this is very nice. We were supposed to give you something in return.
Oh?
Yeah.
Quietly freezes their feet in place.
So I'm gonna approach up here. Where is it? I'm gonna kind of like shift through my illusionary robes, and then I am going to pull my sword and I am going to attack.
It was not planned this way.
You son of a bitch.
I just wanted to know if I could freeze. And I just read the sign.
So, surprise round, you get to attack.
See, all of your preparations were not in vain.
I definitely would have been closer and realized where I was on that map. I
You've got it.
would not.
Why is it
Do
not
you want me to fire my gun? You know.
Oh, that's true.
Let's just wake up the entire town. You know.
Hold on, I've got to refresh because for some reason it's not rolling. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, let's try that again. Why game? Why? What about this one? Will this one roll?
If I thought you were actually going to follow through on the threat of killing some of them, I probably wouldn't have killed so many of them in the lake.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was-
There we go. Oh, nope, that's not the right. Damn it, game.
That's not the attack. That's just the description of the weapon.
I know. I'm doing my best here.
I was like, okay, 10 of them went in. Nope, that's the description of the weapon again. And how many of them made it out of the last shift? And it was like, oh, it's only 3.
I'll roll it manually. So it's not
It's
working for me.
fighting you for some reason.
Yeah. D20 plus 7. That'll be a 22.
On the one directly in front of you.
Yes.
I'm just making sure. That does hit.
And surprise attack, I don't get both my attacks, do I?
You get 2 attacks anytime you take the attack action. So you would.
Okay. So that's one.
Surprise is just basically a regular initiative round. You just get to go before everybody. The initiative
Yeah.
round just goes through with only you going and no one else gets to go.
Okay.
Except for the people who
Yeah.
have surprise.
All right. The second one would be a 14 to hit.
That'll miss.
All right.
Would have given you a little more meat on the bone to chew on, but they got their asses kicked under the water by something. You don't know what. You didn't bother to ask. You just stabbed a guy very rudely.
Here's my reasoning. If they found whatever's guarding this place and it whooped their ass, better not let them live to tell somebody what they found.
Oh no, Finnegan and Shelley never mentioned that part.
No, they didn't fill us in on a lot of stuff that they did down there.
No,
Nope.
and then they both up and left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Great partners. Great partners.
Great
Well, that'll-
teamwork all
That'll
around.
be my surprise attack, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's that. So we'll go ahead and roll initiative now.
Oh, it'll let me roll initiative.
Initiative.
Is that for all of us or just
Like,
him?
pathetic,
Everybody.
pathetic initiative.
Okay.
Jesus
We're in the
Christ.
same boat. It's okay.
Oh my
At the
god.
bottom. We got this. Hang on. Don't worry.
One buddies together.
You wanted to send the result of this roll to the turn tracker, but no valid token was
You
selected.
didn't have your token selected when you rolled. That's why.
Oh yeah, if you click on your token and then roll it, it should automatically fill it in for you on the little chart. But I can do it for you.
What's the token?
It's
Your little
That guy
your little
right there.
character token.
yeah. I can just enter the value manually this time. Not a big deal. And then what? Let's see,
I could
what are we
click on
gonna
that.
do? Should let you.
No, I had never tried it before.
Oh, okay. I thought it wasn't letting you for some reason. I was like, I thought I set that up right. Rolled nice initiatives for the most part. And then, well, it's only 3 of them, so we'll let Lucy sit it out.
It's like you go on without me.
She's still a little tired, so she's just kind of like, it's just whatever.
She's probably upset I just decided to murder them. But
Yeah, like Zar's being stupid. Why is he attacking? We were told we could just walk away.
and I was told they would not be happy if I attacked them, but I wasn't told not to. So
Okay. So Isaac, you get to lead off. You get to go first. So you can move closer to everybody and then go from there. You've got a whole bunch of movement. Yeah, 45 feet worth of movement.
Technically, I'm sure we all would have been closer anyways. I don't think we would let him go up that far alone.
well, I notoriously,
My turn.
I notoriously act without thinking about other people. So I'm a terrible person. I'm sorry.
Ain't that the truth?
And you piss off demons and
Okay, so
You don't know about that.
Isaac, you close range to get ready to jump in and help with this combat. That's your turn, and then Zar, you'll be up.
All right. I am going to make 2 more attacks. I refreshed my D&D Beyond, so maybe it'll actually roll this time.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice, yeah. And of course, it's not going to. Oh, what if I try clicking that? Nope, that's not going to do it either.
try to roll from roll 20.
No, from D&D Beyond.
Ugh.
All right, so I'll just do it this way again.
Is your extension on?
Yes, otherwise I couldn't roll initiative. It's just
Weird.
not doing it for my weapons.
Are you trying to attack from the attack tab?
No, from the actions tab.
Or yeah, sorry, that's what.
Yeah. So 24 on the first one, and then a crit on the second one. So first damage would be 9. Second one would be crit damage, which would be 2d8 plus double that. Second one would be 22 damage. So 31 altogether.
Against the same one.
Yes.
So you've shelled out a bunch of damage at this point. They are a little confused and a lot pissed because they were told that they were supposed to begrudgingly just hand it over to you, and now you've stabbed them several times, and they're just looking down at the blood coming out of them like, what the fuck, dude?
I'll just say Becky demanded a sacrifice.
Oh. You're really leaning into being a... So it's going to go ahead... sorry. This guy right here is going to go ahead and take 2 attacks against you.
All right.
First one... 12 is going to miss. It's your 16. And then the second one is a crit.
All right. I'm going to use my reaction to activate my Sky Cloud rune and direct that attack to one of the other people. Any attack made against me as a reaction, I can... Does that show? There we go. Yep, direct the attack to... Is this the right one?
Cause the attack to target a different creature within 30 feet of you other than the attacker. Using the
Yep.
same roll. Yep.
So I'm going to direct it to the one I've already... which one was attacking me? Was it this guy or...
this is the one who's attacking you. This is the one that you've been attacking. In
All right.
white.
I will cause his crit to hit the guy that I was attacking. As the rune just flares up on my neck. This is my first time using this. I'm excited.
So the miniony looking fellow from the back kind of swoops around, goes in to give 2 stabs. The first one misses. The second one looks like it's about to just absolutely nail you, and it suddenly wrist flick and goes sideways and goes straight into the, like, right under the ribs of the lead for the group. And there's a look of like, what? No, I did. As he deals a significant amount of damage since it was a crit. The leader-looking fellow is still up, but he's very much barely so. There's a lot of blood loss. There's a few holes in him now that weren't there before, even with the armor that he's wearing. It's not looking good for him. This has been a very, very bad day for him and his team.
Using speech as a free action, I'm going to look at the leader guy and the other guy that didn't make the attack, and I'm going to say, "You see, he's on our side."
So it's now the lead's turn. He's going to go ahead and take his attacks. So it's going to be, first one is a crit.
All right. I deserve this.
So that'll be for 20 damage.
Whew. It definitely hurts.
And
All right.
then second one is 16 to hit. That nails your
Yep.
armor class. So that gets you for 6 damage. And then
All
last one is 20 to hit. So it does get you for 8 damage. So you get 2 good rapier pokes and then like a dagger slice across the belly kind of action.
All right.
It's a bit of swashbucklery stab, slice action as you get cut up. A bit of revenge for all the damage that you poured into this poor guy after he climbed out of the lake. It is Vanessa's turn. So what would you like to do, Vanessa? You can close range a bit here and get some shots in on him, or
Oh, Vanessa's a ranger. She can shoot from all the way back there, I think.
pretty close, 100 feet. With the longbow, I think that's in range still.
Yeah, I think longbow's 120,
150.
150.
For the long, or 150 for the long and shorter for the
Short bow, yeah.
disadvantage, right? Oh no, anything less than 150 is normal. Beyond 150 is when you get disadvantage.
Yes, unless you have sharpshooter.
And don't forget to use Hunter's Mark if you have it.
He might be too far away to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Did you ever add your spells?
You know, Hunter's Mark is 90 feet.
Yeah, you could move in a little bit, cast it, fire off. You got options. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, we're gonna cast Hunter's Mark on the one in the back right corner of the 3.
That one.
Yeah. Extra 1d6 and then that actually roll? No, it didn't.
It's not rolling for you either?
Nope, it is not.
It's weird. It's rolling fine for me. I don't know why it's not rolling for you guys.
Oh, nope, not that button. Oops.
Yeah, that's so
That's
weird.
really weird. Alright, so let's bring this up.
needs to update or something. I don't know.
I'm guessing a 22 hits.
Yeah, 22 hits. One d8 plus 4. So you, where would you like this arrow to enter this poor fellow as he meets his untimely demise?
Straight in the forehead.
All right. So, Czar, you've been exchanging sword strikes, rapier stabs, pokes, minion stab, slice, all that kind of fun stuff, and then all of a sudden you hear a quick whistle as a that was a terrible whistle sound effect, but an arrow just kind of slips past you and straight into like a third eye on the gentleman standing in front of you, and he kind of tips and falls back. Not enough to fall back into the water, but at least like onto the craggy sort of edge of it. He's just kind of with the arrow sticking out. Very much deceased.
Very nice.
Very nice, very nice.
You guys were so worried about dying, but you're doing fine.
We're only fighting 3 of them. We're not fighting 20 of them, so it's like.
Well, you were. The plan
Oh,
wasn't to fight 20 of them. The plan was.
I'm bloodied, so I don't know about doing completely fine.
But Kinley, you are. Sorry, unless there's anything else you would like to do, Vanessa, do you have like a bonus, or you used it to cast Hunter's Mark? So that would be your turn. So Kinley, you're up.
All right, I will take my bow and take a shot because I don't want to be loud.
Shoot the one in the back. The one in front of me is on our side.
I will shoot the one in the back if you actually say that. So. I don't know what rigmarole, magic dazzle you might have done. So,
No, just the usual.
Yeah,
lying his ass off and hoping for the best.
I will crit.
That's what he does. Yeah. Oh, it rolls for you.
I'm rolling
Yeah.
from Roll20, not from D&D Beyond.
Oh,
For 16 points.
Okay, so you nail this spellcaster-looking person in the back row there, and the arrow just sort of sinks straight in through the armor the light armor that they have on over their robe, and just catches them deep in the shoulder, and you see them kind of slunk over. They're still up, they're still alive, but you just sort of barely missed hitting something very vital.
But I ruined his spellcasting day.
Yeah. But it is their turn. So they're going to kind of assess the situation real quick. What were you going to say?
Oh, wait,
I thought-
wait, I have a second shot.
Kinley
Sorry.
has to-
Yeah. Totally forgot it.
Kinley
Keep
fire.
forgetting I'm a fighter now. It's like,
Yeah, 2 shots per action.
and we haven't been in combat for so long. It's like, but that's going to totally miss instead.
That's gonna totally miss. If anything, it should probably hit Czar just for
Now,
punishment for
basically, the
doing
first shot was perfect, and it caused the guy to lean over, and the next shot just like went right over his head.
Yeah.
I deserve this.
But it is going to be the spellcaster's turn, and they are going to go ahead and. Oh well, no, too late. I already let that go. They're going to go ahead and cast Burning Hands and reach out to give. It's a. Let's see. Yeah, they're gonna give a bit of Burning Hands action on Czar here. With a little bit of luck. Otherwise, they're firing off into who knows where. Let's see if that worked. No, that was the description. I will figure this out.
Is it doing it to you now too?
It was it was a thing. So Burning Hands, it was an 11. So that's gonna miss you. Right. Right. Oh no, sorry. You have to make a Dexterity saving throw for Burning Hands. So I was thinking of the wrong spell.
Alright.
Dexterity saving throw, please.
Alright. I can do that.
And
my-
you absolutely crushed it. So half as much damage on a successful save. Not so bad. So they are going to do. So you are going to take 5 damage off that
It still
Ed-
hurts. Ouch.
as it kind of woofs fire out of their hands, and you just sort of do like a matrix lean back, and it scorches you on the belly a bit, but you manage to kind of get out of the brunt of it.
Yeah.
And that's their turn, and it is around to Isaac's turn. So Isaac, what would you like to do?
I'm trying to think. Like, how far am I away from them at the moment, or like how close?
Right now you are 5'10". You're 15 feet away from the closest one, and if you wanted to run around to get the one in the back, it would be 20 feet.
I think I'm going to use the
Oh.
shape of the flowing river. Can that be used in a battle, or does it have to be one of the ones that say attack on it?
Yeah, the shape of the flowing river doesn't have like an attack associated with it necessarily. If you wanted to try to like pull water out of the well to overwhelm them or knock them over or something like that, we could.
Yeah, I wanted to pull water out of the well to create a giant ice thing and then drop it on them.
That would be a little beyond what that's able to do. You wouldn't be able to like
Okay.
lift up an icicle and drop it on them. You could turn water into ice, but you wouldn't be able to like levitate it. It's a good idea though. It's just a little
Yeah.
beyond what that's capable of.
What about using fangs of the fire snake to kick them in the nuts?
That's plausible. Let's see. When they reach 10 feet, when you have to get a little bit closer, but otherwise you could definitely fangs of the fire snake them in their nethers.
And also, if you get on the other side, right here, you get what's called flanking, where 2 allies are on opposite sides of an enemy. You get advantage on your rolls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you wanted to
Actually,
run,
just move.
Mhm. and then take your fangs of the fire kick.
That.
So you tick off one of your key points, and then you make a normal unarmed strike, and then we'll.
Where do I find the key points?
Oh, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of your actions, there's a little counter. There's a bunch of squares that will keep track of that for you.
Okay. So I click the hit on that. Okay.
And then, yeah, if you go up to on your actions to where there's a unarmed strike, and
And then just hit this.
yeah, that's where it works when I do. Yeah, if you click on the unarmed strike, you should get a little pop out that should have a little beyond 20 red square in the corner. And if you click that, it should send the rollover for us. So we're having issues with that.
I see a little pop up.
So when you click on your unarmed strike on the right hand side, you don't see a little window. It pops up. It says unarmed strike.
Yeah, I have that. It says unarmed strike to hit 17 plus 8 equals 20 25. Do I just like click that?
Well, in the upper right hand corner, is there a button that says Beyond 20?
Uh, no.
We'll have to sort it out. I think you've got the local dice turned on instead of the. We'll get that figured out for you. But we'll go ahead and.
Need me to send a screenshot of the thing?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It hits fine and dandy. So you can. We'll go ahead and roll the damage for that for you. It's a 1d6 plus 5, and then a 1d10 for the fire. 1d6, 1d10, 13 plus 5 is 18, and you're doing that to the one that's directly between you and Czar. So you flame kick him from behind.
Right in the nuts.
And do a good bit of scorching, and you can tell that he is in a significant amount of pain. Alive, if only just. There's definitely some second and third degree burn action going on, and he's not very happy about it. But Czar will have the opportunity to put an end to this unnecessary violence that's been perpetrated this morning.
I mean, is it really unnecessary though?
It's a little.
All right, let's see. Let's see if I can get this. Actually, I will roll off of my other thing. 1 second. I'm reloading everything to see if I could get it to work.
Yeah. I don't know why you guys are having issues. Mine's been working fine.
All right. So, I will make. I actually spent the time to add this one to roll 20 here real quick.
Ooh.
I will attack the wizard guy first, the one that just set me on fire.
Sure.
That upset me. So that will be a crit for 28 damage? No. 14, 20, 26 damage.
26 damage. So you have slaughtered this poor spellcaster. They are deceased
All right.
with your giant might that you have.
Yes. Second attack against the one in between me and Isaac. Let me roll that again because I would have advantage. Okay. So 13 damage on him.
And that also kills them.
All right.
Everybody's dead. You have killed the remnants of this particular team as they climbed out of the lake, trying to very politely fulfill their end of a deal that they did not willingly make in the first place.
But they're scummy cultists, so,
Yeah.
they were asking for it anyways.
So I want to take their amulets of water breathing.
Okay. It's not. It's cap. No. What the heck was it? It makes like a bubble.
Yeah.
over their head thing.
Yeah. So I want to grab those, and then I'm going to, as I am highly injured at the moment, I will limp my way over to the shed and look in there and see if there are more amulets inside. And if there are, I want to take all of them and put them in Kinley's bag of holding.
All right. So there's quite a few of them.
What are you putting in the bag of holding? All the...
Yeah,
So-
I'm taking the water
Oh, God. Okay.
They're
Those aren't the ones that
Cap-
belong to here, are they? Or they're separate?
no, they're the ones that belong to here.
Yeah, we're gonna take them all.
Okay.
They can't go swimming and breathe underwater
Yeah.
if they don't have a bunch of them. So
That's one way to stop them from diving for a while.
So you take the caps of water breathing off of these poor defenseless fallen cultists, and then you go into the shack to clean out the several dozen that are hanging on the hooks inside. You see that once you like either pick the lock or jump the counter, or however you want to get into the shack, you find the shack operator is deceased on the floor.
Of course.
I will say a little prayer to my God for him, and then steal all of his shit and put it in a bag.
Sure.
Hey, sorry, go ahead.
Can Isaac fling the dead bodies of the cultists that we just did into the lake?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, he goes ahead and flings them very hard into that lake.
Okay.
They've already been looted. Might as well not have the smell all over the place, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And I'm gonna do this to myself a couple times.
I'm gonna add you're gonna add 48 caps of water breathing to your bag of holding. If you're short on funds in the future, I would recommend finding a good swimming instructor and
Just sell a few to every magic shop we come across.
The black market swim providers. Yo, man.
Yeah.
I got breathers here. You need a man?
Maybe we can find a Sanderson sister that deals in magic items and not books.
yeah.
Start walking around with a big trench coat. I got water breathing to you.
You'll have to spend some time filing the property of Soga off the side of the item. But aside from that you could totally get away with doing that, I imagine, with a little bit of effort and a little persuasion.
Next time we get into, we'll just pack them into a crate and send them to Bella with a message that to be returned when Demon General dead.
Yeah. You can think of something, I'm sure. But they are deceased. You've cleaned out them. You've cleaned out the shack.
Throw their bodies back in the water.
Threw their bodies back in the water. Are you just gonna mad dash it out of there at this point, or?
Well, if we don't see anybody coming, we're nonchalantly make our way out,
Yeah. Now the
So how many rebreathers do we have total?
48.
48. Jesus.
So the Queen's Pardon. You said I recognize all of the pieces to it.
Mhm.
So am I able to disassemble it? Since I would know kind of where they would meet together, kind of thing.
Let's see. You know what the disparate pieces look like, but undoing them isn't like you can't just like readily like click get apart. If you spend some time fiddling with it, like Rubik's Cube style, you can eventually find which way to twist what to dislodge the pieces from each other. It would be more of a time thing than unless you're trying to do it in a mad rush, it would be more of a matter of time than a matter of difficulty.
All right, then we'll stick that in the bag of holding as well, the Queen's Pardon. And I have a question. The other part that we found that you said I recognized that apparently isn't part of the Queen's Pardon, but was one of the items that Czar had lifted as well. Wasn't that a weapon that only a cleric could use? Or something like that? No?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought about that and I couldn't exactly remember what it was because I didn't have it in my inventory. So, all right. And I guess
and you didn't get a lot out of that because you never actually cast Identify on it or anything like that. It was just the little bit of info that you gleaned out of sleeping next to it the first night that you had it.
Okay, cool. All right, I guess we make our way out of town. You know,
Before we leave, is it possible to make a check to make sure that there's nothing like coming behind us, like a perception check or something?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I think I'm gonna do that. Did that work? I think it did.
yes,
It did. So real solid perception check. So as you make your way away from Wellside and to your remount on your horses and head out of town, are you heading out of town, or are you heading back for the campsite?
We're heading back toward our campsite because Kenley wanted to check on the
We don't leave
two
them.
that we left.
Yeah, we don't leave them out there alone right now. Make sure they're okay before we head to our next destination.
Okay. So you head away from Wellside through kind of the craft district and to head out of town, back towards your campsite. As you pass by the barracks, you do see that there is a substantial number of people standing outside, sort of watching you leave. It's sort of a vague attempt at intimidation of a, like, we've got numbers kind of a thing.
Brother Bartholomew will just sort of make a gesture in their direction and be like, Lathander, watch over all of you.
And Isaac, you notice a few rude gestures. Like everyone else, like, it's a little far. There's just sort of like a crowd of people, but you distinctly see some people making, and you're just like, oh, well, that's.
Can you like gently, ladylike
Yeah.
wave, and then very unladylike flip him the bird,
Mhm.
I got something for that. I got something for that. This is the gesture that as he's on the horse and riding back, I don't know if any of them will notice, but this is the gesture that he gives back.
So you flip him off. You flip him off with your toes. Got it. That is the greatest thing.
I don't know how well they'd be able to make it out at the distance, because it's a decent distance. Your perception check being as high as it is why you were able to kind of read the crowd as well as you did. But sure, yeah, you're dexterous with your feet. You can get away with flipping them a middle toe.
Use that for a while.
But
I am so proud of you.
You take notice, or kind of take stock of the size of that crowd, and realize that, like, however many people are left at the bottom of that well, they are not tapped out for manpower. Most of them looked a lot like the minion-y type person that you just got done kicking in the nuts. But there's other more significant looking presence in there. And the rest of the group knows from the last time around, when they do find a pillar, they send heavy hitters to actually get the job done. So this is sort of them trying to clear a path, and they're just throwing bodies at everything between them and the problem. But they have a lot of bodies to throw. So you make your way back to the campsite. They are sleeping. They look like you could bang drums next to their ear and not wake them up. Like, they are out, dead cold, tired. Like, just, they're so happy to be finally getting restful rest. You warn them about the poppies, so they know what to expect if they go back in.
Yeah, well, I basically tell them that they probably want to camp outside every night away from town.
Yeah.
And stay
and
away
do-
as far away they can from the poppies.
Yeah,
when they're going to
do
sleep.
the best they can not to get caught sneaking in and out of town because of the cult and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So they at least have enough warning to try to make educated choices once you leave. You have your puppy companion who is, eager to get underway, doing a bit of that, like, bounding action, because it's anticipating getting told to, like, Go find Finnegan. Okay, let's go. And is gonna start like, you know, go into full track dog mode. But we've been at this for a while. We'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break.
Yeah.
A little, yeah, we're overdue for it, even though we started late. So we'll take our 10-minute break, let everybody use the restroom and things of that sort. We'll come back and pick up with you going from here. Where we go and what kind of insanity ensues, we'll find out.
Yeah. Yeah, that all happened.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize as always when I do things like that. I'm sorry.
Nope. It is what it is.
Really didn't. When I asked the question about freezing, I honestly didn't
All right.
expect him to actually attack.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, you know what? If we do, then this would be good to know beforehand. So when he started doing the whole getting close, like, Luke, I am your father. I
Which
was
is
like,
funny because I've been doing Star Wars marathon in Discord all day. So
when he did that, I was like, you know what? Let's catch him off guard. I just learned I could freeze them in place a little bit. Let's go.
yeah. Hey, Gun, you gonna switch us to the break screen?
Oh, I thought I did. I guess it didn't switch.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are back. The insanity has returned.
Hooray!
You take a DM's plan and dump it into a trash can, pour thermite on it, light it on fire, and watch the world burn with it.
Well, so you have spent your morning antagonizing a whole bunch of people for a variety of reasons. Most of them known only to you, because Lord knows I have no idea why you would do that. Aside from, malice.
It's our job to kill cultists.
Arguably, debatably.
They are evil.
Yeah, that's,
I smote them in the name of my god. It's a cleric thing.
Sure. You've ridden out of town. You checked in with Tara and Newen at their makeshift campsite that you sort of built out for them, and gave them all the 411 that you needed to. And now you are heading off. Oh, well, are you heading off in that direction?
I think we need to discuss it as a group. We're supposed to go to the mountain to save Finnegan. If I ask our little puppy dog which direction Finnegan is he going to point us toward the mountain or in a different direction?
If you ask, you will get pointed, basically one head will point sort of due in that direction, and the other one's going to point up.
So on top of a freaking mountain. Got it. Okay. But we know where Finnegan is.
You get a bit of a northwest-ish from one head, and then a up angle from the other one, and you're like, oh, okay.
The question is, do we make a beeline straight there, or do we make some stops along the way?
Where were we stopping at?
You do have a whole bunch of items to take to market.
Yes. I mean, without having a wizard handy to identify things and whatnot, it may be useful to maybe get somebody to do their little flashy eyes and touch the Queen's Pardon and tell us about it, but I don't know anybody we could trust to do that other than if we were to make our way to the mountain via Umlaut and stop by and visit Bella.
Probably the only way we would be able to have that done.
I mean, and who knows, maybe Bella can do some of her little magic things and make a quick replica for us.
Yeah. Or alter it in some way that doesn't work properly.
Yeah, and I can just, spend all the time to the mountain from there just trying to channel divine energy into it. If I knew how to do that. He quickly adds.
Alright, well, if we want her to look at it, I guess it's back off to Umlaut.
Right. What's that on your shoulder, Kinley? Hold still.
What?
I'm going to sort of reach over and kind of look on her shoulder, and I am going to whisper very softly in Kinley's ear, Becky's the queen.
Oh, and I just let out a soft groan.
Right, so I suppose it's off to Umlaut. And then when we leave Umlaut this time, we have to go directly toward the mountain because I think Becky's patience is thin in general, but extremely thin with me.
Well, she's only really been dealing with you, so. But yeah, I'm knowing you probably struck a last nerve somewhere.
What do you mean?
And she kind of giggles.
How dare you, Kinley? All I did was insinuate that I was disappointed that she let Callahan bully her, and then she made it a point to let me know that she was very disappointed in me saying that. It hurt her deeply, and that she actually had arranged for us to get the rod, so kind of made me feel like a little bit of an ass.
Like I said, you have a way of poking.
Well, it's natural. So, I suppose, yes, back to Umlaut. I'm sure Brother Bartholomew is looking forward to sleeping in a bed, at least for one night. His achy, creaky back and all.
I am sure.
Plus, well, I'm sure Isaac and Vanessa have people they would want to see as well back in town.
Yeah. Well, we start heading off.
Yeah, heading out of town. Headed bound for Umlaut. That's
Yeah, Umlaut and then to the mountain.
and then to the mountain. So you head north. Are you attempting haul ass pace again, or are you gonna take this normal traveling?
I mean, normal travel. I mean, there's no point to haul ass right now. I mean,
Okay, I just didn't. If we were gonna, push
How
through
about
the night, push through the night and do all that kind of stuff, then you got to worry about
Yeah.
exhaustion checks and stuff.
No, we'll
push
just
through the night, but
we'll
ride
ride hard. Yeah.
ride hard, so kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
pushing into the night, but
Yeah.
riding hard.
Yeah. Same hours, but riding hard. So,
Okay, so that'll get you a few extra miles each day.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. So we will whatchamacallit. It's a few days of travel at normal, 8 hours, no pit stops, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Other than your nights of sleep. So we'll go ahead and take a look and see what you're gonna run into on the road.
Please be a little rock elemental moving stones. I want them for my own.
It's the damn Falconeer again.
He will die. He will die.
And then you find out he's freaking General Number 3.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
And just letting you know, Kim, Sean
Mhm.
did have to step away for a minute. He had to go grab something to eat. His blood sugar was low, so he's got to get some nourishment in him, get that back up real quick.
Not a problem. So we are on the road. The first day of travel here. Da, da, da. Okay. Double check what I'm looking at. That's fine. That's fine. And then. Okay. So, you ride for the first day, settle down for the night, roughly at this crossroads, a little past it because of the ride hard
Yeah.
pace that you're taking. So you're a little past the crossroads here, and bunk down for the night. Who's gonna take watch? Lucy's going to not volunteer for watch.
Yeah.
She still has a level of exhaustion that she needs to knock out. She's like, I'm crashing.
I'll take first watch.
I will take last watch as usual.
Okay. So Isaac, would you mind volunteering to be watch in the middle there?
I think Isaac said okay.
Okay, I didn't catch it. It was a
Sure.
okay. So then perception checks all around.
All right. Go on. Perception.
That 20.
Perception. Deception.
That's 2 tonight. 3 tonight.
Yeah. You rolled investigation, so it doesn't count.
Did I?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
It's the same number. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. 11 and split the difference there. So you are on watch. You are Czar with First Watch. You're extra alert, just trying to make sure that you're not getting triple crossed or at this point like septuple crossed because of how many ridiculous backhanded deals you've made.
Losing track of the crosses.
Yeah, you're trying to make sure that they're not going to come back and take it from you because you got the pardon on you. So you're like hyper vigilant for your watch, a little stressed, a little, heart rate's up a bit. But that threat does not come. Everything seems fine. You're like, okay, maybe we actually managed to pull this shit off. Give Isaac a shake, wake him up. You crash out. He wakes up. He's on watch. He's doing the best he can. Normally, he's a bit more on top of perception, usually a little more acutely aware, but a little distracted this evening. You guys have thrown a lot of information at him in the last day or so, like, oh, hey, there's demons and cults and all those other guys, and he's a little frazzled from it all. But nothing overly untoward occurs, and you give Kinley a nudge. Kinley takes over with Last Watch, and likewise, you're trying to make sense of whatever ridiculous shit Czar keeps doing and dragging you into over and over again.
And more, I'm probably thinking, oh, great, another fucking general.
Yeah. And you're doing the best you can to be on watch, but, things are what they are. But you do manage to get through the night unaccosted. So everybody gets their sleep. Lucy's no longer exhausted and feeling so glad to no longer be so. As she was literally the only one. And then you're up. Everybody has breakfast. Everybody saddles up again for another day of hard riding. You're going to bypass Vinewood. You're not making the detour this time.
Nope.
Right? Okay.
Right.
So you ride on for the day, and early afternoon-ish. Let's see. Nope. There you go. So about mid-afternoon-ish, off in the distance, right? So you're kind of riding up along this road here. Off in the distance, sort of to your westward, you... let's see, how am I going to describe this to you? You notice the sound of something heavy falling out of the air, and then there is a loud crash as whatever it was thuds into the ground.
Do we want to... It could be one of the riders from the Druidic Alliance.
Who knows?
Well, we can stop and check it out, or we can keep going.
I guess we should probably check it out.
Well, I'll go with you on this because, technically I'm dead, so we will let the living decide.
So where did this thing crash?
West of the road, off in like a wooded area, and so that as it like thuds into the ground, there's also like lots of tree breakage, and you see like branches go flying up into the air and things where it cratered in.
Alright. So make our way over there quietly. And I don't know if Vanessa has
Pass without
passed
trace.
without trace or not. So
Hold on. Let me
Except-
open things up real quick.
Yes.
probably take her with us and use that for some better stealth to
Plus
get up.
10. Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna stealth. You're gonna burn up one of Vanessa's pass without a traces. Don't imagine that being something that would overly oppose to.
Alright, I need to roll my stealth plus 10.
That'll be a
Plus 10.
29. Yeah, that'll be a 29 for me. Do you want me to roll stealth for Vanessa?
I'll roll it real quick.
I get a
Okay.
lovely 13.
Why is that at disadvantage?
Isaac.
Isaac is a ghost. Whew.
Isaac is the new snowman.
Oh. Well. Let it go.
I've noticed that, while WizKid hasn't been here, I love him dearly and I miss him. But our dice rolls haven't been as cursed. I think WizKid is the Will Wheaton of this campaign.
Okay, so Kinley bombed stealth there, but even with the plus 10, it's still a 13. Vanessa wound up with a 20 non-natural. Isaac's got a 35. And Czar's got a 29. So you are, for the most part, wind, leaves on the wind kind of silence, just ghosts, super steagy as far as you can tell. Though every once in a while, Kinley, catches her face on a tree branch or something and lets out like a son of a... Oh, oops, sorry. But you eventually, with Vanessa kind of leading the way through this little bit of wilderness to find where the impact point is, you come out upon... Okay. You come out into this clearing where there is what appears to be a dying ancient gold dragon.
Oh. What? Huh?
It was flying overhead and then ran out of steam and has cratered into this forested glade, and as best you can tell from the moaning and apparent injuries, it is within a breath of death.
This is when I wish I had got with David earlier to change that primordial to draconic, so it would actually show.
The gold dragon, I am not going to be afraid of the dragon.
I'm gonna I think I have one somewhere. Do I?
Kinley,
Yeah.
gold means good, right?
Usually, yes. I'm going to give him a potion of healing, and if I can help heal the dragon at all, I will. Prevent it from
Nope.
dying.
And I am going to drop 2 healing words into the dragon as well. Maybe give him a little bit longer.
Okay. Sure. Okay, so you have done the best you could to get close enough to try to get it to drink a potion of healing out of your equipment.
Well, it's probably not really hard to make if it's dying. If I just pour it in its open mouth.
and I'm gonna healing word it. My divine energies.
You have a potion of healing in
Yeah.
your inventory?
Yep. I have 2 potions of healing in my inventory.
Oh, there it is. It's like, wait a minute.
Never leave home without it.
The dragon.
Okay. And then a pair of healing words into this dragon. And you can tell that it looks like you may have stalled it a bit, but it's not looking on the mend. Whatever the wounds are, they're continuing to bleed profusely, and it is very much near death.
Well, knowing what I know, what I've read of dragons, I know that they can speak common. So I'm gonna try to speak to it now. Ask him, what happened.
So it's very kind of beleaguered. I think that's the right word I'm thinking of. As it's straining to kind of like death knell-ish sort of tone to it. And it's, lets you know that it was attacked very, very violently, very viciously, and I don't know why you like blaming you guys collectively because they were attacked by a group of people. And like you assholes attacked me for no reason, and
It wasn't us.
you, general you, like
Who was it?
not entirely certain of that. They were kind of jumped, essentially. They got taken by surprise because they had just kind of been a lawful good dragon chilling out doing nothing.
Still, to take a lot of work to jump a ancient gold dragon.
Yeah, but they laid in with some serious firepower, considering the fact that the wounds aren't unwounding.
Did you sense any demons in this attack?
Mm-mm. No, they were looking. They were looking for the Sphinx,
For the Sphinx.
and they thought they lived where I lived, and when they didn't find them, they did this, and then so like.
Who is this?
I'm sorry.
Who is the Sphinx, and why are they important to these people?
I didn't have time to ask.
I'm sorry we can't do more for you. But we I'm gonna sigh and I'm gonna say, Ancient One, I am a cleric of the Six, and we are working to keep the demons from being released from their prison. I wish we could do more for you. But you don't have long. Is there anything you can tell us or information you can give us to aid us? We have the tool of finding the pillars, but we don't know how to destroy it. Is this knowledge you possess? And I will produce the divining rod to the dragon. The Queen's part.
Okay. So Isaac, yes, you would be able to, as it is a lawful good dragon. Had it been a different color, it would have been a different story. But that is something that you could attempt to do. You've attempted to render aid, as unsuccessful as you may have been, so it's at least giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, Isaac does get close enough to. I guess technically it wouldn't be called a hug, but he presses his body
cuddle.
up against it, and yeah, he basically cuddles against the dragon's face.
Try to console it a little bit, trying to give
Yeah.
him some. Um,
Like he doesn't have the words to convey how sorry he is that the dragon is gonna die, but he does want to show that he cares. So he wants to give the cuddle hug.
mhm.
I just want information from this bitch before he dies.
Of course you do.
Well, I mean, I care about the dragon dying, but
Oh,
if we can't
yeah,
if we can't save him, we at least need to know what he knows and what happened. So
Yeah. He's ancient. He should remember a time before the Empire and stuff.
Mhm.
We should ask you about the missing kingdom.
Now, he is at death's door here, so
I
you
know.
don't have time to ask a lot of questions. You need to make them count.
I think the death pardon would be the Queen's pardon. How to destroy it would
Yeah.
be the
asking
best question.
asking about the rod, asking about this as much as we can get from about the Sphinx, as much detail as we can get about the attackers. Those would be the things, the main three things we would try and get out of him.
Yeah, I don't think I would even think about the missing kingdom right now. If
Um,
Finnegan hadn't got kidnapped, he could have asked for himself.
okay. So, you
I
asked.
don't have to.
Sorry, what?
I was saying, as long as I don't have to absorb any memories through dragon tears, I'm good.
No. So he's struggling as best he can to cling to life. The little bit of sort of healing energy that you've poured into him, he's trying to make it last as best he can. Gives you a no on anything about the Queen's Pardon. Not sure how to destroy it. Never seen it before.
Okay.
As you it's not sure, he's not sure who attacked him. It was a flurry, and it was just, I mean, he just got completely overwhelmed, and tried to fly out of there to just get away from it, and didn't really succeed very well. And then
Where did
What
the,
was
where
the-
did the,
oh.
where did this attack happen? Like, where was his home? I want to know, like,
so he lets you know that he was holed up east of here, or like northeast of here, in an abandoned temple.
oh,
That definitely gets Czar's attention. And I guess we still got enough strength. Is there anything you can tell us to help in our fight? Any information is crucial.
obviously more about the Sphinx if he knows anything.
You're asking about the Sphinx. Czar's asking
Yeah.
for helpful information in general.
That could be helpful.
So,
They're looking for someone's looking for the Sphinx, and
Czar don't know what a Sphinx is, so unless you're going to give him a lesson while the dragon's dying, he's
Well,
going to be asking.
no, we're not going to give you a lesson until afterwards because we're kind of in a hurry here to get answers from a dying dragon.
Yeah. With the last bit of life and air in his lungs, he says, "Don't let them take my mirror." And then he does a and the air kind of out of him, and
Okay. Well, I guess we're not going directly to Umlaut.
Yeah. So northeast, if I kind of like map out northeast with what I have, is that like located where one of the P's are to the northeast?
this circled
Yeah.
would be northeasterly and is allegedly a potential
So I
holy
think
site temple type location.
that's our next
it-
destination.
All right. I'm going to thank the dragon and push his massive eyelids closed. And Yep, because I'm Czar, I'm going to start harvesting gold dragon scales.
God, that is so Czar.
He's dead,
I know, it's still so Czar.
and they are useful, and I can have armor made out of this.
Oh, we all could. There's probably enough for like suits for
Dragon
everybody.
Fang weapons.
Yeah, nothing goes to waste in nature.
Yeah. So
We bless the
We're
dragon,
butchering
thank him for his offerings, and may his soul pass on peacefully.
And then we
We gave him
butcher
some
it for
love. He can
everything
now
useful.
he can now become our love to other people.
That's
Our
right.
tough love.
It's what he would have wanted.
Hey, we're gonna use his body to get revenge. It may not be on the exact people who did him in, but some revenge.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was the cultist, but we'll find out eventually.
Yeah. So we want to harvest as much usable things off this dragon as we can. Claws, scales, teeth.
Blood.
Oh yeah,
Just in
definitely
case-
got to get
the-
all dragon blood.
I mean, it could have some magical properties to it. Maybe even medicinal uses.
Cut out his heart and eat it.
Oh my
Make
lord.
sure to get the bones.
I'm gonna stop giving you guys stuff because I give you stuff and then you just
Use it to our advantage.
yeah, basically stop doing that.
Dragon bone marrow can be very useful.
Obviously, we wouldn't have
We
time to
don't
get all
know
that.
the uses yet.
I mean,
but
if
Once
you
we
want
stay here
to-
for days, we're gonna get scales probably. We're gonna get maybe
Yeah.
some teeth
Claws
and maybe a couple claws
and some
knows what
dragon
may have
meat.
been
We're eating
inside of
dragon
its stomach.
dinner.
and some blood maybe. That's about it.
Who
And
knows
some
what
meat.
might have been stuck in its stomach? It may have had some jewels or something in there that it was guarding all these years. Who knows?
No, they don't eat. They don't eat their loot.
They don't eat their treasure.
And a funny side note, out of character about gold dragons. Gold dragons love gold, but they hate that they want gold. It's disgusting. It's terrible. Poor guys.
So you do pretty solid with the scale harvesting. Other kinds of collection don't go so great. If you had a, ranger who had dragons as their favorite enemy, you might have been a little bit better picking it clean. Vanessa kind of helps point you in the right directions on things as best she can. But aside from getting yourself, you get about 24 scales off of this dragon cleanly, like good solid full scales that you could have repurposed for other things and stuff. But aside from that, you get like a little bit of, from where you remove scales, there's enough space to kind of cut in and get a little bit of meat, and you could drain a little bit of blood out for like a vial or two. But for the most part, you're not really cleaning the animal like you would in a traditional successful hunt kind of fashion. Like you're just bare minimum amount of like, and then you got to run. Because you know that was a very loud thud. There's no guarantee that you're the only ones who saw a dragon fall out of the sky and crash into the forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we grab our shit and we go.
Yeah. So you do that. and
You,
do
you
that.
should have expected if there's a dead dragon, we're gonna butcher it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
no, that I was more the everything else that happened when it was supposed to be like right at the cusp of death, and it was gonna a dying word, and then you were like, we're gonna throw healing word and some potions. in
Of
his throat. And I
course.
was like,
Well, I mean, primarily we are a good party.
I'm a
so-
good character. I'm a good character, so I would try and save it.
I know, and that's appreciated. Had it rolled out differently and been like an evil dragon, it would have been a different encounter.
I would
altogether.
have. I would have finished it off.
It wound up being a gold dragon, and I was like,
Next time on Hoarders, a
Yeah.
gold dragon.
Any dragon.
Yeah. So you head back out after this. You get back on your horses. You continue to ride beyond. You hang. So where is you heading at this point? Are you still bound for Umlaut, or are you making a
Well-
detour on your detour on your
do
detour?
we need supplies? I mean, we want to stop at Umlaut, get supplies, and then head that direction.
Yeah, we got to stop by Umlaut and see Bella anyway. So we would probably stop there, get supplies, then head over to there, and then head back over to there. Yeah.
Okay. You do know that one of your allies is currently being like held captive, right? Like
You keep throwing emergencies at us, though, so it's like, what?
Yes, but the dragon saying "Don't let them get my mirror" seems quite more prevalent than somebody let themselves get captured with a magical artifact for not being with the group. This is what happens when somebody's a loner all the time.
yeah, this is also what happens when I trust the dice to make certain things in the world happen or not happen, because it's
Yeah.
like, okay, what happens today? Dragon falls out of the sky. Okay, what else happens today? They find out about this and this, and I'm like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, that's a.
Finnegan will be fine.
Or he won't. And,
Well, if
and
he's
Kyle,
not,
Kyle
to
will
be
roll
fair-
his backup character.
if he's not, Becky broke her deal.
Yeah. To be fair, she
be
only
fair,
promised to
two-third-
give him back. She didn't promise to give him back alive.
That's true. And we promised to give her a staff in return for the other one.
When we didn't say what staff.
No, she was explicit about.
No, when
training-
you were talking, it wasn't explicit.
No, it was. It was actually. 'Cause
Let's go back into that replay and see.
Let's just put it this way: Becky will never find that book if Finnegan's harmed.
that's fair. You'll have to hash that out with her.
Yeah.
But she was explicit about it's if you. She explicitly said if you get your hands on the divining rod, I can tell you right now the deal is trade
Yeah.
Finnegan for the rod. It was summed up at the end, staff for staff, but
Yeah.
she was not vague on what she meant there. But that's fine. So you are back on your horses, riding off to go deal with a unforeseen emergency that has sprung up. Sorry, Kyle.
Kyle just needs his own escape adventure to get away from Becky on his own.
Yeah, but maybe that's how we'll do it. We'll give him a little Mission Impossible escape action.
So you just have a super magic rod with him. It's like, you know.
And I'm just saying, if Finnegan happens to get back to us on his own, and Becky doesn't give him to us, that leaves her in our debt. Yeah, because she wouldn't be fulfilling the complete part of her bargain. So I could work with that.
It would just encourage her to re-kidnap him so she can hand him back to you.
That's true. That's true.
Anyway, this is neither here nor there. You are back on the road again, riding out hard. You get kind of like there-ish between the detour and the riding hard. Cancels out a little bit. You get about there-ish, where you need to make camp again. Who's taking watch this time in Surround?
Last watch as always.
I'll take first watch and look over one of the dragon skills to see if there's some way I can work it into the hilt of my sword.
Okay.
And replace it with other.
Who's taking middle watch? Do we have Vanessa back, or
I
is-
can do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
Then
can do it.
perception checks around for the three of you.
Alright. Perception.
Isaac and cuddles up with the dog.
I'm rolling such bad rolls today.
Roll mine. Man, I'm on the right one this time. Here we go. Perception.
That was
Gonna-
performance.
Oh my god!
You're
I am blind, guys.
having a little bit of struggle on the roll department. Same
gonna
number
look-
anyway.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lucky it again because I'm getting ready to get some sleep. And I'm gonna lucky it the last time. Fuck.
Nope.
All right.
So perception is a little short this evening, but fortunately, with a very, very large, very dead dragon off in the woods, a lot of the wilderness occupants who would otherwise potentially be interested in taking a look at your camp are off scavenging on dragon carcass in various degrees of predator scavenger ishness. They're feasting. They're eating well tonight. So they leave you alone. You take your shift of perception, tag in, tag out, tag in, tag out. Feeling a bit not remorseful, but a little bit of guilt that you know you got a peaceful night's sleep because that dragon is laying there. But otherwise, the night is uneventful for you, and you wake up the next day, ready to go, and off to ride again. You grab your breakfast, saddle up, everybody's on run. You carry on, you hit the crossroads, you see the familiar crossroads sign sitting in its usual spot. It has either been stolen and replaced or hasn't been stolen. Either way, the sign is there. If you hopped off your horses and went and looked at the serial number and started keeping track, you can see how many times the sign gets replaced. But you round the corner and start heading up this way to get back to Umlaut.
Are the arrows still pointing in the same directions, by the way, or have they changed?
Trying to think. Shelly's has disappeared. Not that you would know it because Shelly's not there. Same with Finnegan's because Finnegan's not there. You wouldn't know it. Czar's, yours is still pointing in the same direction. Kinley's is still in the same direction. Lucy's is still in the same direction. So yeah, as far as you can tell personally to yourself, your sign is still pointing in the same direction it was previously. And if you compare notes amongst yourselves, that'll check out. But yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you continue on the way. You get most of the way to Forge Hearth at that point.
If we're close to Forge Hearth, I would say we would probably just ride it out to get to the city.
Okay. You're planning to spend a day in town anyway, so you'll be able to rest the horses. But you're gonna have to push them basically to the edge. They're gonna be full on wiped at that point. Like they're not gonna be worth anything until they get the opportunity to recover some stamina, because you're riding them hard and then hard still to get there without another night at camping. Let's see, what's that? Good. Let me just update this. Okay, so you arrive in Forge Hearth. It is very, very late in the evening because you pushed through the full day of riding and then some to close the distance without camping one more time. So you are there in the dead of night. Making good time.
So, guess we're just gonna hit the Elias Inn for a comfortable place to sleep tonight.
Oh, we've got a place.
Oh yeah, totally forgot. Well, do we still have the place because we left, or is it our place permanently? Because I don't know if they rented it out to give it to other people that are maybe visiting, or is it our place?
It was set aside for you guys, and you intonated to the ambassador that you were going to be hanging around, so it is still yours for the time being.
All right, then we'll head there.
Okay.
Wasn't sure after the incident whether they decided to move it along.
So you get in, it's super, super late. You crash out for the night. Let's see, because I don't know whether you want everybody else to know about that or not.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
There's a dagger in the door with a note from Becky saying, "Why are you here? I told you to go straight to the mountain."
Sorry, we had dragon troubles. We're a little busy.
Yeah. That would have been there no matter when you came back to town. It was just a preemptive. I told you to go to the mountain.
Yeah.
Just assuming that you were going to not do what you said you were going to do. No, it's you check in fine and dandy, and
Well, yeah, if it's still our place, we probably still have the keys and everything. So.
Yeah.
yeah, you don't have to like
Yeah.
break the door down or
Not
anything.
to check in or anything. We just head over there and go in.
Yeah,
Just to confirm, this is the place that we returned to from where we were before?
yes,
Yeah.
You've
Oh,
made the trip out
Okay.
to Soga, and now you've come back to where you had originally crashed that first night that you were with the party.
okay, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was as requested / as expected. So you crash out for the night, sleep in a little bit to make up for the late bedtime, so you get your 8 hours, your long rest in. At this point, everyone's going to go up a level
Woohoo!
Oh,
because
Level hype.
that's an ASI for me.
you've managed to wrangle the Queen's Pardon away from the cult, and you've made other kinds of progress. You've learned the identity of, well, one of you's learned the identity of another one of them. Information, things, stuff, progress, events. Though,
Level up.
you throw a wrench in one thing and another thing gets set in motion. And so
Automatically happen on the D&D sheet.
on the D&D Beyond side, if you no, where is it?
You just
There's
click on your character name and it'll pull up the menu with all the other stuff on it.
there it is. Oh, it doesn't. It
Levels?
doesn't just have an up level
Then you hit manage level and then change the level to 7.
and then change to level to 7. I was looking for like a short rest, long rest, level up button.
Oh.
Woot! I get some bonus to my initiative and I can switch firearms as a free action.
Woo.
Okay.
I need to do, or was it just a level up?
You do whatever it tells you for whatever. If you have anything to choose in your skills, it'll be highlighted in one of the boxes, and you just
Wait.
add.
I now have 20 dexterity.
Woot.
Ooh. Yeah, for 7th level, it doesn't look like you have anything extra that you have to worry about. You get 2 new abilities. You have evasion, so when there's like a fireball or any of that kind of area of effect type spell, when you make the dexterity saving throw to jump out of the way, if you succeed at it, instead of taking half, you take 0. And if you fail it, you take half instead of full. So it's pretty helpful on that point. And then you can use your action to break out of being charmed or frightened, which, given some of the people that that the party has encountered, that may come very much in handy. Just something to make sure you keep in your back pocket for future usages. But yeah, so that's what you've got there for 7th level. Everyone else good? Any spell picking is picked and all that kind of fun stuff?
Yeah.
I have. What is going on? D&D Beyond. Not updating my hit points properly.
Yeah. Better bring that back out too. I keep making the mistake of going through and being like, oh, let me archive all these pages that I don't need anymore. And then you're like, we're turning around and we're going back to Ublot. Okay, we're going to unarchive all of it.
The thing will not save my hit point change. What the hell?
It's not saving mine either.
D&D Beyond, y'all fucked up.
Yeah.
Guess I have to manually put it in there for now.
Is it maybe because I have it open too?
That is possible.
That it's not taken? Let me close them all and open them back up.
Oh yeah, if you have ours open, that might be.
Yeah, I always keep all your sheets open so in case I need to reference something or drop something in your inventory or whatever.
Hey, there it goes. Now it's updated.
Mine hasn't. It's okay. I can go back for it later. I'm not worried about it right this second.
Okay. I'll let Lucy do her level when she gets back. Assuming we get Lucy back.
Yeah.
We'll have to figure that out. But anyway, you are here in Umlot. You've awoken the next day. A little bit later into the morning. It's like late brunchish kind of time. Breakfast time has rolled on by, but it's not quite lunch yet. To give you a relative time frame, blah, blah, blah. Primary plan is to go head down to Bella's shop.
Yes.
Yep.
Is there anything else that you're planning to try to do?
I'd probably check up on our shop just to, see how things are.
I'm staying away from the shop.
Yeah.
That shop for now. When I go see Bella, I will be going in the guise of a rather fancy-looking noble. The type of sort that you would, or wealthy merchant, whatever, that you would expect to see going into Bella's shop to buy things.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be planning on dropping a bunch of dragon skulls on her and telling her I need armor.
I'd ask if there's a way to combine it with the might armor and might kind of give any kind of bonuses.
So I will want her to work on some gold dragon scale armor for me, and maybe pick it back up after we go visit the dragon lair on our way to the mountain. So I'll have new, fresh, shiny armor for Becky to kill me in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find out if she can enhance my armor at all with
But
the dragon scales.
other than that, and just general conversation with Bella, I don't have any other business in the city.
Okay.
Are you showing her the staff?
Oh yeah, she's got to identify that, and I'm also going to have her identify the other item that we found as well, way back when, that I thought would be part of the Queen's pardon, but wasn't.
Okay. Now, you asked about it. Did you actually spend the time to disassemble it, or have you left it intact?
At this moment, it would still be intact.
Okay. Because it was like I said, it was like a Rubik's Cube kind of thing. It was just a matter of spending the time to twist until you got something to unclick, and then you could dismantle.
I mean, I would have probably looked it over to figure out how to disassemble it, but for identification purposes, I want it to be all together when Bella identifies it.
Okay, just trying to make sure we're keeping ducks in a row here. So you take the elevator down. Is everyone else on board with that? Is anyone looking to split away and go do something else while you're in town, or?
I'm probably just following them because I don't really know how to ask for armor or any sort. So.
Well, I will be going to Bella's by myself, not in with anybody else, because I'm supposed to be dead, and if I'm going disguised as like a merchant or whatever, I wouldn't be going with this group of keepers with me suspiciously into Bella's place like I just showed up with them kind of thing. So I would visit Bella by myself. I don't want anybody to be associated with me or any of my disguises, really, just in case.
Okay.
And plus, my insurgent friends here, I wouldn't want them to know that I'm going to go see Bella anyway. So.
Okay. So, we'll say Lucy stays behind at the house just in case anybody stops by to kind of cover your butts a little bit on, explaining away like, oh, where'd you guys go for the last couple days, that kind of stuff. Lucy will stay behind and sort of cover your butt on that front in case anybody stops by and asks questions, like the ambassador or whatever. She'll make some excuses and cover you. And Kinley's going to head down to the shop that you guys own to check on your apprentices that you left behind and see how that's all going. Now, Vanessa and Isaac, are you cool with tagging along with Kinley on that? Or like you can go break off and go do other stuff if there is anything that you would like to do, but otherwise we'll just lump you in, wrap this up, and then we'll probably be close to calling it a night at that point.
Can I take the dog on a walk around town?
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Yeah, then that's what I do. I hang out with the dog.
Okay.
Vanessa will probably just tag along with Kinley.
Okay. So Isaac, you spend the morning while they go off and jump in the elevator and ride down into Umlaut proper. You stay up on Lakeside because it's a lot more comfortable and less, like lava. And go for a nice stroll around the lake past the different embassies with your newfound puppy companion in tow, and just kind of have a leisurely stroll. Nobody, you get a few weird looks at the dog. Just a few well, I haven't seen something. A few people have a vague notion of recollection, like they feel like they've seen that before. It's a pretty unique kind of animal. As Orla has one very similar to it, a little bit different but similar. So a couple of people make that mental note, but otherwise it's mostly just kind of polite curiosity and things like that from people. Kinley and Vanessa, you head down and over to the shop that Kinley is now the sole owner of after the untimely demise of her co-owner and partner in crime, to be flippant about it. And you do still have some mortgage payments to make, which going to assume that you left instructions for your apprentices to
Yeah.
do the best they could to make that
Oh
those
yeah.
payments.
Yeah.
It's hasn't been like months and months of time, so there hasn't been like a massive thing. They've kept the shop running. They're at least covering their expenses and turning a small profit for themselves in terms of wages. They're making sure to set aside enough money to make the monthly mortgage payment when it comes due, and like property taxes and all that kind of stuff. They're doing the best they can to manage the business properly. You kind of look over the books and everything seems on the up and up as you're kind of combing through the numbers. Things are checking out. You know, you don't have like 500 pounds of iron randomly on there or any of that kind of stuff.
They disappoint me.
These apprentices don't know what they're doing. They're not using enough iron.
Yeah, like, and there's no 500 gold pieces for a toilet seat or any of that kind of like creative accounting nonsense that
Yeah.
would throw a red flag for you as the actual owner. And they seem to be doing okay. If you take some time to work with them or to like kind of check some of their work and things like that, you can sort of actually be a mentor to your
Oh yeah,
apprentices.
yeah. I would spend some time with them, checking over their work, seeing how they're doing, giving little pointers here and there. Kind of like correct their mistakes. Let them know how they can, do work this kind of object better and
Mhm.
more cleanly.
So do me a favor and roll 2d100.
2D100. Okie dokie.
Mhm.
Alright, D100. Two of them. A 97 and a 77.
That's solid numbers. So this is kind of a gauging for the kind of mentor-mentee relationship that you're establishing in terms of like the rapport that you're building with your apprentices. Generally speaking, pretty good. They're taking your advice on board and they're making refinements to what they're doing based on what you're telling them, and it seems like they're taking that to heart and treating you as a mentor and not like it's not just a job. They're actually
Well.
trying to
Well, yeah,
establish
I'd be
a
teaching
good
them.
relationship.
Yeah, I'd be teaching them, like, if you do this better and you kind of, just refine this, you could actually charge more money for that.
So you're getting that kind of thing. It's going pretty well. Like you've had some hiccups in the social interaction department in the past, but it seems like you're actually getting along decently well with the two of them.
Yeah.
All things considered.
It's a small group. It's not a big, like, public interaction. It's like,
And it's Kinley. She's
Yeah.
talking about things.
and I'm
she
talking
knows
about I'm geeking out, so I was like, but that's one of my things. I geek out. That's one of her things. So
Okay. So that is what you get kind of out of that little detour there on that. You set them on the right path, tell them keep doing what they're doing, make sure they pay the bills, everything's good, blah, 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 mentor, mentee, all that fun stuff. And then, meanwhile, Czar is off to do some information discovery nonsense in disguise at Bella's shop. You are in disguise, so anticipate a welcome accordingly.
Yes.
You work your way through the mudroom. You're dealing with the lights being on and off and waiting for the combination to change. And you step into the next area and wait your turn sitting on the couch. And some customers come and go, and you're waiting your turn politely. And you get some small talk from the other nobles. Just as like, oh, are you new in town? New money, old money, that kind of being nosy gossips that super rich people tend to be when they have too much time on their hands.
Yeah,
And then
basically a story. I'm just a pretty well off to do merchant. I got stuck on the island, just trying to, make do with, not having any resources, mainlands, that type of thing to fit the cover.
Mm-hmm. And then eventually your turn comes up and you're able to go into the shop.
All right. So I head on in. And,
What is your disguise? How did you describe disguise yourself? You said it like
Half
as a noble, but are you like a human, a dwarf, an elf?
Half elf.
Okay. So when you come into the shop, you are greeted by a half elf woman with sort of mid back length blonde hair, and she's very sort of prim and proper. A lot of um, etiquette, like she just kind of exudes that bit of like I've been cotillion kind of air about her,
Mhm.
and it welcome to the shop. How can I assist you? Is it, what can we do for you today? Bella's in the back already working on tasks for the day, but I'm more than happy to assist you with anything that you may need on the shop floor. And gestures to the armor room off to the side and the weapons behind you, and the magic enchanted items off to in the locked room that you never went in. Um,
If you could please, I would like you to. I understand the keeper is busy, but if you could take her this for me, please, I will wait for your return. And I'm going to hand the elf something wrapped in a piece of cloth, which will be my keeper badge.
okay, simple, simple but effective.
Yeah.
Um, so you hand it over. The half elf asks you, "May I?"
I would rather you not, unless Bella thinks it's appropriate. Sorry, if unless the keeper thinks it's appropriate.
All right. And they'll disappear into the back. And
Because I don't know if Bella told her assistant or not, so probably assume that she did, but at the same time, I'm not going to make that assumption.
um, so disappears into the back for a while. Some time rolls by. Doop a doop a doop. And then double check. Nope, that's not the right one. This is the one, and then try to. Nope, nope. Where'd it go? I lost it.
Oh no! I just caused you too many problems.
Yeah,
Just kill my character. It's fine.
I will. Sooner or later, I'm just gonna lose it and do that because I'm just gonna break down. I guess I must have moved it. Anyway, so eventually, Bella and her assistant, in their natural changeling form, both come out of the back and kind of give you a look of, "Sweet Jesus, why are you back already?"
I'll drop my disguise. So, some developments. And before really saying anything, I'm gonna pull out the Queen's Pardon and the other item we have and set them on the counter.
These are the developments.
Why don't you take a closer look at them and you tell me if it's a development or not?
All right. This better be something good. You took a big risk coming here. And gonna pick up the Queen's Pardon and give it like a normal cursory once over first, and kind of
Look deeply.
give me a second.
Mhm.
And looking it over, trying to like take in what the details are and what it's made out of, and doing all that kind of normal item assessment kind of review. Um, looks at the Queen's Pardon, looks at the other item, back and forth, back and forth. Is that a spare?
That's what I brought it here to find out.
Well, it looks just like this piece here,
Yes.
But usually they don't make spares for something like this.
Uh,
So
Are they identical in properties other than just look?
well,
Can you identify it, Bella?
yes, I can identify it. I just trying to rule out the obvious things first. So she puts down the Queen's Pardon. She picks up the spare and casts Identify on it, and then sorry, there's another thing that I needed to do. This there's a little bit of pants seat flying.
Yeah.
Um,
As a player, though, after what you just said, my head is working on what that spare could be.
da, da, da. Okay, so gives the Forge Cleric deep stare into the spare piece, and it's in her hand, and she turns it into a stack of gold coins.
Okay.
Well, that was a fake. Have you been carrying that around?
Yes, we have. Unfortunately, Chili went missing, so we couldn't have them take a look at it.
I would have expected them to catch that, considering the illusion wizard that should have been they should have known as soon as they started to cast Identify on it. Should have given it away. You didn't get a chance to let them do that?
No, they're just gone.
It's disappointing. Well, that's off the table. Let's pay attention to the real thing.
How many gold coins do I get from that, by the way?
No, you don't. She turns
course.
it into a stack of gold coins and she slides it off the desk. That's
shake
hers
my head.
now.
I just sort of shake my head and smile.
At least it was real gold.
Yeah.
And she's looking at the real thing this time, and she gives it her Forge Cleric-y bestest Identify stare. And at that point, there's like she kind of drops it on the table and takes a big step back and goes, "Where the did you get something like this from?"
Well, I would tell you. Then I'm going to hold up 3 fingers and say, but there's only 3.
Do you understand what this does?
I do. Why do you think we got it? It finds the pillars that will release the Demon Queen.
Yeah, and you're just walking around with it? What is the matter with you?
Well, we got it and we brought it here because I want to know how to destroy it, if it can be destroyed.
Well, it would definitely take a lot. I mean,
You must take the staff to Mordor.
Well, if we rescue Finnegan, we'll have a hobbit to toss it into pit. So
Yeah. I don't have enough materials on hand to cast legend lore on it. Not that that's necessarily going to get you that far with something this old. There's a lot of history on something like this. This is, I mean, Jesus. This is.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say Jesus because Jesus isn't a thing, but you know, insert D&D deity of choice there.
Agma.
Yeah, that works. And there's just a look of like, do I take it from him? Do I give it back to him? Do I like this is no.
Here's the thing. Dealing with that, I can't let you keep hold of it, unfortunately. As we do need it to combat the problem with the dome. And if you didn't notice, it comes apart into 3 pieces.
Yeah, it's here, and here. And
Yes.
She points right out to where the like
Of course
interlock
she does.
points are.
I don't mention it. It took me like a couple of days looking at it to figure it out, you know. But all right, so that confirms that. I don't know if you've been able to keep tabs or not, but I have been able to have a meeting with the insurgency, and we have a couple of them traveling with us to keep an eye on things and to assist us with the cultist. I expect one of them will be checking in with their people and let them know what's going on. And there's one other thing. Considering you just got a rather decent payment, I need some armor made. And I'm going to pull out golden dragon scales and drop them onto the counter.
That was payment for my identification services. And it wasn't even on purpose. You didn't even know you were handing it over. But you did bring the materials, which is kind of.
That I did, and save for some for I believe Kinley is going to want some augmentations to her armor, perhaps. Whatever materials are left over, you get to keep. Can't be easy to come by, you know, dragon scales. Golden ones, nevertheless.
I'll see how much I can get out of this. Do I want to know how you got your hands on these?
Well, I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. We were riding toward here to bring that. I don't know. It's called the. Yeah, I do. I do know it's called the Queen's Pardon. To bring the Queen's Pardon, for you to take a look at, and it literally fell out of the sky into our lap. And so, after it died, we figured, you know, Gold Dragon, good and all, would want us to use what we could of it to save the world. Unfortunately, didn't have time to get more. We tried to collect a couple of claws and teeth, but it was quite an ancient dragon. Brittle bones and all.
Where to from here?
We're going to be heading northeast for a few days. The dragon gave us a clue of an old temple in which it resided. Something about its mirror and not letting it fall into the hands of the cultists or evil people or the people that killed it. So we're gonna go do that, and then we're gonna go rescue Finnegan because he's gotten himself captured by another general.
Hmm. If you hadn't already lost Jelly, I might just tell you to let that one go. But it seems like you could use all the help you can get right about now.
Well, maybe he's learned his lesson about running off and doing things on his own rather than staying with the group. I doubt it, but maybe.
Hmm. Well, she'll slide the pardon back over, and kind of stop for a second as she goes to hand it back over, and she whispers something to her assistant, and the assistant runs off into the back for a little bit. Just a minute. I just want to double check something for my own peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And assistant disappears into the back. Time goes by. Assistant comes back, sticks her head out through the door, and just gives a nod to Bella, and then goes back into the hallway.
Arch an eyebrow.
You know these items.
Yes, I do.
You know these items.
Yes, I do.
You know that you're responsible for this.
Why do you think I'm working so hard to fix everything? And technically, I'm responsible for part of it. I got arrested. They got away. What happened to the items after they got out with them was not my fault. But being there in the first place was.
Semantics aside, perhaps the struggle to keep this item out of their hands will perhaps teach you the cost of poor decisions. And she lets it go.
I struggle with my past decisions every day. I will take it and disassemble it and put it in various pouches and everything. So, few days to a week, be back. Look forward to seeing what masterful creation of armor you can forge out of these materials. And
You supplied the materials, you didn't cover labor costs. Just keep that in mind when you do come back to pick this up.
well, considering he's going to owe us, I'm sure Finnegan will be more than happy to help cover the costs. I sort of quirk a little bit of a grin. But when we do return and pick it up, we will be in town very briefly. We've got another matter to attend to after this, and get Finnegan back. But thank you, Bella, for everything. And you have a hell of a swing, by the way. I still think it hurts, even though it doesn't.
When it comes time to make that final decision, perhaps keep that in mind.
I'll just nod. Oh, I'll be needing my badge back, too.
She'll slide it over to you. Just kind of does like a shuffleboard puck slide across the counter to you.
I'll take it. Did you do anything new to it this time, or?
No, it's been doing its job just fine.
I figured it was. And I'll just sort of like look at her as I drag it back across, like I know everything, and put it away. Right. Well, Kinley may be stopping by, but for the near future, you won't be seeing me again except to pick up that armor. I may even send Kinley or someone to pick it up to not risk coming here again. I know you risked a lot in doing what you did, and that has not been lost on me. I mean, you do notice that as soon as I found out something, where I came, right?
I'm aware, but
All right.
you're still playing with fire as far as I'm concerned. And I know a thing or two about playing with fire. And
That's what blacksmiths do.
hmm
And I will collect my things, bid my farewells, put my disguise back up, and head out.
so that is that. You have at least a better idea of, or a better-ish idea. If you want, you can send Kinley or somebody else back with it to actually get legend lore cast on it. You just needed to give Bella a chance to get the incense and materials that have to be consumed. It's not cheap.
Yeah, I would figure that's something we can do when we come back on our return trip.
Mhm.
And yeah, but so after that, I would head as the pompous noble over toward the blacksmith shop that I still half own, but everyone thinks that Kinley fully owns now.
So you head over, you find Kinley mentoring, menteeing. Vanessa's kind of hanging out, and Isaac is off doing his thing, chilling out with your puppy, and they're just going about the, like we talked about. They're doing the mentor mentee thing and making tweaks and refinements and protegeing and all that kind of fun stuff.
Yeah, I'll walk in and be like all scoffy and huffy. I heard this is the only place to get those pins that I saw in the festival. I would like one now. Can anyone assist me, please?
Are there any left, or did they sell out?
They're sold out.
They're sold out.
I'm afraid, sir, they are sold out, and you'll have to wait till the festival next year when I'm sure all new designs for the following year will come out.
What do you mean they're sold out?
They were very popular. People wanted them by the dozens. They just flew out the door.
Just have the smith make me another. It'll be fine. I'll wait for it.
We
shouldn't take
we
that
couldn't
long.
call it limited edition if we could just make someone every time someone comes in the shop, sir.
Oh my gods! This is almost as bad as dealing with that other blacksmith, Ormar.
You'll just have to be here for the festival, sir, next year, sir. It will be a blast, and we'll have pins galore for all to buy.
Very well, then. I suppose I'll just have to head back to my house in Mosselheim district and wait it out. It's not like this dome is going anywhere soon, though I do hear people are working on it.
Yeah, who knows when this dome is gonna fall, So much stuff going on, and
Lots of detours.
so many detours, so many directions to go, and
I'll just scoff again, and I'll look over toward Vanessa. And what is her problem? I've never seen such a sour face on anyone in all my life. You would do well to keep your employees pleasing to the customers.
this is not an employee. This is a kind of a customer.
Right, well, whatever. I'm just gonna turn and walk out.
Have a good day, sir.
And I'll make my way back to the house at Marcelheim and just wait on everybody to get there later.
You trip on a pile of pebbles.
So after he leaves, I'll probably head in to go see Bella and just check in with her. Drop
You're
off.
gonna head down and
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Head over to Bella's. Drop off some more dragon scales and let her know whatever she can do to improve the armor. If she has any ideas, we'll probably invest in that on the way back through.
Okay. You get a little bit of grief over the fact that you didn't just make one trip. Like, just like I've got you.
We're,
just
we're
stole
trying we're trying to stay apart, and we only have so much space in our bags.
Right. You're just strolling in and out of my shop like you own the place. Last time I checked, yours was down the block. That
Yes,
kind
but
of
we
a-
just make knickknacks. We don't specialize in as incredible armor that you make.
Yeah. But aside from a little like healthy ribbing and snark, is I'm working on something for him. I'll see what I can do for you as well. We'll stretch these as far as we can, and you know, materials are what they are. Labor will settle up when you get back.
Yep. But should have a nice supply. So enjoy, have fun with them,
Mm-hmm.
and we got. So, do you know anything about rumors about a sphinx on the island?
I know there are rumors that there is a sphinx on the island. I've never really given them too much thought. It's not something to be meddled with lightly.
No, but it seems that the cultists might be looking for it as well. As far as we can tell, they were the ones that had the hand in this dragon's demise. So that's our next destination, is to check out its lair and whatever this mirror is. Do I know if it's a he or a she, the dragon?
The dragon was a she.
She. We don't know what this mirror that she said needs to be protected is, but whatever it is, it's enough for her to mention it before she died.
Uh, this. Well, if they do go after the Sphinx, they're damn fools. They're never gonna accomplish what I assume they're going to attempt to accomplish. It's
It depends on what they send. You have heard, I'm sure, Zara passed along that there are 2 generals on the, at least we know, are out and about.
mm, it's not just about strength though. You have to contend with the riddles.
True. But strength kind of play the power of these 2, or might be a bit of a rival. Nor do we even know what the effects of their riddles would be on a demon.
Well, it's certainly something to be aware of. I'll see if we have anything more substantial on it, but I don't know that we do offhand.
I just thought I'd find out if there's anything which it sounded important. So if we confirm that it definitely was the cultists that attacked this dragon, I don't see why any other group at this point that would risk going after an ancient dragon.
Well, if you thought you had the muscle to take it down, you're certainly gonna get a hefty payday out of the deal.
Sure. All right. Well, appreciate. And if you have any news, you know, we'll be through again after we get done. But enjoy the dragon scales, and I shall see you when we return.
Okay. Um, so that resolves, and you head back out, and everybody joins back up as a group. And is there anything else that anyone wants to accomplish?
Yes. I know you hate when I say that. But I'm going to use one of the scrolls ascending. You said I got 3. I'm going to use one of them to contact the high-ranking keeper official
Mm-hmm.
once I'm in my room that arranged all of this,
Mm-hmm.
and just give him just the briefest of status updates about, making contact with the insurgency, finding out more about the dome and the demons, and all of that, and sort of tack on at the end a lot of the information we need was destroyed by the Empire, which is true. And I'm going to say 4 kingdoms. Then I promise I'm absolutely done. I will mute my microphone and speak not anymore.
You've accomplished quite a bit. Yeah, you managed to really stick your foot in it. Okay, you'll get a reply back. Well, yeah, no, it's still relatively normal hours, even with the time zone shift. So, you would get a reply back from the official high-ranking keeper person whose name escapes you and also escapes me, so I can't
Yes,
be
I'm
too mad
tired
at you
too.
about it. I've got it. But anyway, you get a reply back that is essentially, we'll see how much of this checks out. You better be on the up and up. And there's a long pause and a vague sort of destroyed or simply misplaced. There are 4 kingdoms on that island.
Everyone in the house would just hear, I fucking knew it!
What?
But
I'm
that's
in my
what-
room and I promised to mute my microphone.
Yeah.
So that's all you would hear from my room is I fucking knew it.
So you hear obscenities emanate from Zar's room, but otherwise, unless anyone has anything else that they want to accomplish on this particular calendar day in the game, speak now. Otherwise, you'll go to bed, and we'll wake up at the beginning of the new morning. At the start of the next episode, we'll call it a night here.
Yep, that's it for me.
Yeah?
Yeah, all good. Ready for next week now.
Yeah.
So we can begin to search for the 4th kingdom while going to go search out the dragon horde and the magical mirror while trying to infiltrate the insurgency and bring down the cultists, and also try and survive Becky and not letting her get what she wants while saving Finnegan and the item that we need to restore the pillars. I think we need more things to do, Kim. I think.
You expressed the concern, and I did my best to pivot a little bit, and you got some stuff to do.
I
So-
don't think our AD&D is torn quite enough yet.
Yeah. So you have a few things on your plate. Some of them are more urgent than others, and some are more optional than others. But there's stuff,
Yeah, there's things.
and some of that is your own fault because you decided to make multiple stacking deals with a demon.
Well,
I
he
love
did.
it. I love it though.
He did.
I mean, that's true to my character though. That's how he survived his whole life, and trying to find the best deal and bargains and manipulating. He'll either learn his lesson or he's gonna end up dead, one or the other.
Yeah,
Sheesh.
this waiting for that octuple cross that's
Yeah,
coming at some point. So
Little does the party know, Czar is the third demon general.
was quietly replaced in the middle of the night one night, and nobody noticed.
Yep.
So yeah. So anyway, being momentarily serious once again, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you to my fantastic players for putting up with me, putting up with them as best that I can. Hope everybody had fun, and we will see everybody next week. We've got there's a weekend break with the exception of the Sunday morning campaign that I'm attempting to spin up the first session of. We've got a great group of players for that. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to giving you the chance to meet them. And then there's the Wednesday night game that's also on this week. They're not taking off, are they?
I don't know if they're back
don't
yet or
know.
not. But I will be trying to fill the weekend in with some world building. So
As well. So we'll have some stuff going on, but the normal weekend night campaigns are taking the weekend off for some much needed rest and recuperation. And otherwise, we will see everyone back here next Tuesday for some more ridiculousness.
Yes.
more ridiculousness. So
Are we gonna rate anybody or?
Yes, we are rating Analux. Used to do a lot of D&D streaming, but not so much lately. So streaming in a while, so still going to show that love. They still support us, so make sure you say hi, drop them a follow if you can, and rate away.
drop the follows. All right.